Alright, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to the second day of the North America Community Tournament. I'm your host, AssassinDave. Hopefully everybody's having a fantastic weekend so far. If you haven't, it's your time to get your popcorn and soda because another jam-packed event. The second day will determine the second grand finalist who will go toe-to-toe against BTK tomorrow. And we're gonna determine the second, third, and fourth contestant will also fight for the higher prize, for the cash prize tomorrow. So it's gonna be very, very exciting today. Make sure to share the stream with your friend. If you wanna join our giveaway, we have a 6,000 diamond giveaway today. Make sure to hit the like, subscribe, turn the bell on to all notification bells on YouTube so you can join the giveaway also. Before we continue to our incredible caster's desk, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in North America and if you haven't signed up for the M3 North America Qualifier, make sure to go ahead and do so with the link in description as well. M3 North America Qualifier registration is on full swing. If you want to get a chance to show on stage, to compete with the world titles, the SCA powerhouse, this is your opportunity. Make sure to go sign up with the link in description. With that, let's quickly take a look of the matches of today. You can see right here we have Rain Aviternal TZY versus Gen X and Team Tacos versus Area 77. For team today, who will be the last team to survive? We shall find out. Let's quickly send it over to our incredible, amazing, sexy, charming caster's desk.
How's it going, guys?
Back for day two, man. For day two.
What games we had yesterday. Seriously, BTK ending in such a manner I don't think any of us expected. With the minions out of every single one of the members of BTK falling down and losing their lives to secure that Nexus, and the minions finishing it off for them. Wow.
Yeah, that last game with BTK, seeing the Saber from Purple Shoemaker come in and clean up Mobazane, but it did not matter. Those minions were able to clear them out, finish it. I mean, it was an epic finish to the night. Just something we've all been wanting to see, but we're on today, and I am ready to see this first game. And we have Rain Aviternal versus Gen X, and we're jumping right into these bands. Who you got, Boca?
You know, I've gotten to speak with Rain Aviternal. They told me a little about their backstory, so it's going to be 3 combined teams from the earlier the earlier qualifiers that were just mushed together at the last second. But they said they've been practicing. They said they have a lot to show us. And they have a lot to prove. So we're going to have to see. Gen X, you know, a lot of people know names over there. Formerly Regrets used to be on 8 Esports. So I'm probably going Gen X here. You know, I think it's going to be a Gen X Area 77 semifinals. And then we'll see who takes it home tonight.
Yeah, I think some of the games tonight, I'm really hoping that, yesterday we were really hungry for some 3-game matches, but we just saw a bunch of rollovers. We saw 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. I'm hoping tonight we get to see some more back and forth, one game win the first one, the other team win the second one, and then it all comes down to that third game. I want to see some challenges. I want to see teams really fight for this. But enough about that. Let's look at these first bans, Boca.
So it looks like we already have a Saber ban coming off on the side of Team Rain, and we have a Paquito ban over on the side of Gen X. These are some pretty standard bans. Obviously, you don't want to, if you don't want to play against Saber, go ahead and ban him out first. Paquito we've been seeing him in the first bans every single draft. Like, I don't think there was a draft where Paquito wasn't banned. And matter of fact, yeah, there literally wasn't a draft. Harley getting banned out, it's controversial because he did get he got nerfed up, but I guess they just don't like to play against Harley. Maybe they're looking for a squishier backline, so maybe they're trying to play Farsa in the back. But we're gonna have to see what Team Rain has in store for us. We do have that Matilda ban over on the side of Gen X, and I like the respect they're giving to this team. Nobody knows much about Team Rain Aviternal. They're the underdogs right now, but they still understand, listen, you guys have first pick, so we are going to ban that Matilda out.
Yeah, definitely we see some different bans of what we've been seeing in the tournament previously with that Saber and that Harley. We haven't really seen a Saber ban, and we haven't really seen a Harley ban. So from the side of Rain, they might be trying something a little bit different. Maybe even their team composition will be a little different than what we've been seeing recently. But from the side of Gen X, pretty typical bans of what we've been seeing, pretty typical meta. Of course, Harley is a highly banned hero in the current casual player meta, but will it hold up in a game like this, in the finals of a tournament like this, you know? So again, that Kaja coming in, that Roger. We did see some Rogers last night against Team BTK, and we kind of just threw it off as, oh, they're just trying to not let Mobazane play Roger. So maybe there's some info here. Maybe they just don't want to deal with him. It seems like they really got rid of some burst dealers here. So I'm really wondering what this first pick's going to be. Are they going to lock in a offlaner? Are they going to lock in someone that can kind of flex, you know, leave their opportunities open? We do see Popo and Koopa open right now. I'm wondering if they're going to lock in something like that. Definitely Natan also open right now, a big burst damage dealer. I'd like to see someone like that come in on this first pick. Lock something in that the other team is not going to be available to get. They choose Ling.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, Ling, you know, it's a great hero to pick, you know, first pick. However, you're probably going to get countered picking the jungle that early. If it's not Natan, I don't think you should be picking this Ling here. But hey, they have something they want to show us, and maybe they just want to secure that mobility around the map because they want to make plays. They understand they're the underdogs, so they're just securing this Ling to make plays. But the problem is, now Gen X knows what hand they're playing into. They're going to pick heroes to counter out or counter out and play against this Ling, and that's why we see this Esmeralda lock. That's why we see this Lunox lock. Lunox can easily escape a Ling if Ling's trying to dive onto the mage. Esmeralda can engage in and lock him up for a couple of seconds. So we might even see a stronger, some stronger CC tank on the side of Gen X to lock up this Ling furthermore. You know, I do like this export pick on the side of Team Rain. We're going to see if they lock it in yet. And yeah, they are going to lock it in because that's just going to dive into that back line that Gen X will later have. And Popo Koopa, it's just a necessary tank. Either team has to play him because he just offers fantastic vision. Just going back to those bans real quick. Yeah, you know, Roger getting banned out, it's interesting, you know, because I feel like you'd want to ban Natan more than you'd want to ban Roger. But we're not in the minds of each player, so they're gonna ban who they're not comfortable playing with. We do see a Hayabusa, and listen, we saw some great games with him mid lane yesterday. Where do you think they're gonna play him today?
You know, I don't know this team super well. Right now, he does have Retri on. He could maybe use him as a support. The only person we saw play a good support high though yesterday was Basic. Even when they moved out, we saw it was Basic, right? But then when Nicolette tried to play it on Shoemakers the next game, she didn't do that great with it. I think this might end up being their jungler. It is a good counter to Ling. And again, like you were saying, you know, talking about that Ling pick, we talked about this yesterday a little bit. They should not have showed their hand that early. Picking Ling as their very first pick, almost as if it was a pressure, almost like if it was as if they were trying to snatch up someone that's completely broken. Like if Paquito or Matilda got left open or something like that, like you're going to snatch up that pick. Like they should have banned him. But they just locked in that Ling so fast. And now, like you said, Team Gen X is going to be able to completely counter this. They have this Hayabusa who's going to be able to follow them around when they need to. And at this point, with the side of Gen X, you know, that Popo Koopa pick isn't looking so great.
Your team
you know, you're not really going to be able to lock down that Lunox. As Ling's not really going to be able to do anything to Lunox. Esmeralda is going to be nice and beefy around, you know, once she gets 2 or 3 items locked in, she's going to be hard to take down. They do have, you know, to counter that Esmeralda, you do bring in that export. You do have that true damage. You know, you're going to be able to get some true damage on her, get through that shield a little bit. But is it going to be enough? I think what it's really going to come down to is these last couple picks, those new bans coming in, you know, that Kagura ban, taking away the mages, the Alice ban. I agree with those. They get rid of an offlaner, they get rid of a mage. Try to shorten the player pool of what Rain can do. Rain, on the other hand, taking out some tanks and an offlaner Lapu. I may have rather gone for like a Jawhead ban, you know, something. But the Koopa ban, not terrible. But here comes Glue. I think Glue's Glue's kind of underrated right now, but his sustainability after that 10-12 minute mark is insane.
Yeah, 100%. You know, Glue is it's I'm excited to see how they're going to play him. That's all I'm going to say about Glue here. Is I'm excited to see how Gen X is going to implement this into their team. I'm not saying it's bad, not saying it's good. I just want to see how they're going to play it. It makes sense, to be honest, because they want to lock up that Ling if they're able to get on top of them. And, you know, we do have some magic damage coming from the side of Team Rain. It's going to be that Veil, and that's going to secure their what they were going for in this composition. They have the Ling, they have the export. That's the dive comp they were looking for. and so that Veil will just be a nice complement to what they've been building into on the side of Team Rain. But let's talk about those bans as well. The Kagura and the Alice, Gen X is really banning extremely well here. They understand that they're lacking magic damage, and hold on just a second, because instead they're gonna select a Rafaela mage.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Where's your magic damage on the side of Team Rain?
I mean, what I can say about Rafaela, it's gonna definitely help that Popo Koopa, that X-Borg, and that Chow. It's gonna help them a little bit, and it's going to give them sustainability to deal against the burst damage, to deal against some of these other heroes. But you're right, they don't have too much damage right now. But she is in a position to where Popo Koopa is going to go tank, and she is going to actually be able to build magic items. Recently when we've been seeing Rafaela, she's been a tank support, building tank items. But this time she is going to get a little bit of magic damage, enough poke, maybe to even out the team. But still, from the looks of things right now, I definitely give this ban over to Gen X.
100%. I gotta take Gen X here. Even if they're gonna build her mage, it doesn't feel like enough. She has that skill 1 that can do a little bit of damage. She has that skill 2 that's gonna be, healing her team up, which is a great support. But there's no mage potential. Veil would have really completed their team, and they have a lot to show us. So we are going to be able to see what comes from this. But they're gonna have to prove themselves. So we're about to jump right into the game, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Rain can bring to the table.
Yeah, I think right now with Rain, I think they're a good opportunity for them. They do have some really nice mobility here. They do have the Chow. They have this Rafaela that's going to be able to help their team, help that Popo move around a bit more, get these ganks. So if they can take advantage of that in this early game and also use this Ling, like we've seen Ling do, if he can play Ling, if Sunaku can play Ling well and maybe steal some objectives, be where he needs to be, maybe split push, get some things done. Because recently in this tournament, we've been seeing Lings lose. And I feel like the reason why is because most of these Lings have been so focused on team fights and not capturing the objectives that they need to as being such a mobile hero.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, and it just really feels like whenever somebody selects Ling, it's like the other team is just trying to do everything they can to shut him down, because everybody knows how to shut a Ling down now. He gets played so often, and it really looks like both teams here are extremely hungry, as we have damage and poke coming around the entire map right now. Mid lane, it looked like Raph was going to go down. That Lunox early game damage is just absolutely disgusting. Regrets in Mahi down here battling it out, brawling. Looks like Borg is going to get the best of that Ruby. And we do have Ling sneaking in that bush, maybe looking for a little bit of a play here. And Regrets is going to have to show some respect, as there is a wave crashing soon. And Turtle coming up in 20 seconds. Regrets, you can't be dying here.
Yeah, and we can see Rain right now. Whole team shifting towards this Turtle. Esmeralda abandoning the top lane, coming down. If Chow does not get down there, this could be bad for Team Rain.
100%. And it looked like Ling was, taking a bit of damage there. He's gonna have to disengage, and you don't want your jungler at half health when Turtle's up in 2 seconds. That's gonna queue Haya to begin this Turtle. Ling's trying to find any sort of regen he can by clearing those creeps from the top side jungle to get his health back, but he won't be able to come back in time, so that is just an overall win for Team Gen X. And as I say that, Hayabusa popped the ultimate and securing the first blood will be Lunox onto that Rafaela, and there we go, Gen X first blood and Turtle.
First blood and Turtle, a bad spot for Rain to be right now. Though I do have to say, they do still have some potential here. It's not over, but they definitely lost position on that Turtle a little too quick. Ling getting a little too caught up. I think instead of trying to go for that pick on Ruby earlier, all by himself, he should have either been getting his team in position or just farming. He needs to lock in an item. He needs to get his gold where it needs to be, and then he can really start doing some damage. And then that Chow, the offlane, X-Borg right now, doing very good. Definitely winning his lane. Chow kind of letting Esmeralda cut his lane, and then when Esmeralda does rotate away, he doesn't follow. He doesn't give his team vision.
It does look like we have another team fight happening. Clue was going to be the guy trying to stop Ling popping the ultimate, able to take the Lunox down. So here we go. That's the first pick on the side of Team Rain, but this fight is not ending anytime soon. Hayabusa deep. Ling's going to grab a double kill here. That is a great turnaround for Rain. Let's see if they can get these lower health players out of this fight, because Esmeralda's hungry to find any of them. seeing if she can find them, pushing up closer and closer, but you know, it looks like Rap is going to be able to get out. Support her team just a little bit. So Esmeralda's going to disengage. But Rain, there we go. Great answer back. You know, you lost that turtle. You lost first blood, but you win a miniature team fight in Select 2. And that's something we needed to see from them with only 30 seconds left on this turtle respawn.
Yeah, Rain, 30 seconds up. And the thing about that, too, is they just took a nice gold lead. About a 400 or 500 gold lead, maybe even more. They're creeping up. And I think one of the reasons why they kind of lost that first engagement, you know, Popo's now level 4. And it's going to make a huge difference. He can lock some people down with his ultimate now. You know, sometimes when you have Popo as your tank, you want to kind of wait for him to get to that level 4, which can take time because he's picking up roamer boots. He's getting a little XP, a little gold at a time, and you need that tank to be able to engage for you. Now that he's there, though, they might be able to make some plays like what we just saw.
Well, we're definitely going to see a play very, very soon as the X-Borg is going to start baiting that turtle to get it started, and that is going to cue Gen X to start pushing on down towards the turtle side. Gen X has 5 players here, so they can definitely look to make plays. They do see Cho all the way pushed up, is going to crash that tower just a little bit. Might make his way down, but he sees Esmeralda has to
Waiting for
Ez. Are going to disengage. Miniature play being on the top side, but Gen X does not care because they want to start this turtle. So we are going to see some contests in just a minute here. Turtle getting down extremely low, down to 3,000 health. Ling just, you know, sitting on the side of the turtle, currently 2,000 health. Is there going to be a steal? And Ling is able to steal the turtle. Here we go. A team fight, break it out. Team Rain is getting extremely low. Blue locking onto the Popo. Popo going out immediately, taken by the Ruby. X-Borg, no ultimate's going to have to disengage. And that, you know, it's a win for Rain. They lose their tank. And they're able to secure that turtle, and as I say this, they might be able to secure another kill because Ling is capitalizing onto that Ruby. So there we go, a 1-for-1 trade, a win on the turtle. You know, Esmeralda's able to trade out with that tower, but we're seeing some wins across the board for Team Rain.
Yeah, Rain playing a great game right now. And, you know, even they're playing very well, and I almost want to take back what I said in the beginning, saying Gen X won that draft, because they're just showing that their team is ready for this, you know? And yes, X-Borg goes down, but still, they have this gold lead right now. And it is starting to shorten, but if they can just keep up the pressure they're going, don't lose this. They're winning in team fights right now, you know? They need to kind of stick together, and now I think their best bet is to start focusing on pushing a little bit. Ling's got his energy, he's got a turtle buff, he's getting the blue buffs. You know, if they can start taking down some towers and picking away at Gen X, they could definitely take this game in the bag.
That's the beauty about Ling, because he's going to be able to run across the map and secure towers for the blue side, for Team Rain. But however, Gen X has the exact same idea. Listen, if we're going to be doing a tower rush, you know, Gen X is probably going to win this because there's 3 on the top side of this mid tower. However, it's going to be more than just tower rush, because it looks like both teams are looking for an engage here. Mikasa going extremely low, and it's just going to be picked under the tower. The slope for the Popo and Kupo was just too much. She literally could not get out of that. And then we have Blue locking on to a majority of the team of Team Rain, but is barely going to be able to scrape away. Had to pop his flicker there, and he is going to be able to get out. I don't think I like that trade if I'm Gen X.
No, definitely not. I mean, yeah, they get the tower, but they lose some important heroes. You don't want to let Mikasa fall down right now. You don't want to let that Esmeralda start falling down because you need her to get a couple items. She is not going to be all that great. And the problem is what we just saw. We saw her getting drained by that X-Borg. The true damage by X-Borg is going to be very tough for her to deal with. And another thing is when Glue tries to pop that ultimate, and once X-Borg locks in this Bloodlust Axe, he's going to get spell vamp from all of that. You know, so he's going to be a hard one to take down right now. I think X-Borg's someone we definitely want to keep an eye on in some of these major team fights.
Yeah, 100%. He will be that winning factor for Team Rain. But I just love how mobile both teams are. And as I say this, they're just looking for fights. Both teams are extremely hungry. Lunox popping her ultimate onto the Wrap. Wrap going down almost immediately, but was able to trade out with her passive. That is hilarious. Link popping his ultimate as well, trying to take some of the Team Rain with him, but it's not going to be able to. Getting locked up. Hayabusa is securing that Cho. But Ling in the background, I was saying he's not going to secure anybody. Secures Ruby there, and now look at the mobility of Ling. He might be able to secure this tower as well, but you know, Gen X says, hey, you're overextended here. You know, Ling has a lot of mobility, so should be able to get out, and yeah, he does. But that mobility is what what is the reason why they picked him in the first pick. It's because, you know, he can just run around the map like this. After he secured a kill there, you know, he didn't run away. He ran up to that tier 2 tower and pushed it in even more. He didn't secure it, but he did damage, and we're going to see that pressure more and more from this Ling as he gets more items and as he gets more fed.
Yeah, Sunaku definitely playing the Ling that I've been wanting to see the past games of this tournament, jumping in and out, always applying pressure somewhere, whether he's in a team fight or then leaving a team fight like you just said and going and putting some pressure on a tower, just slowly picking away. But Rain has lost their mid tier 3 tower. And that is going to be rough. Once you start losing a mid tower, you are now allowing Gen X to kind of get into your jungle and rotate through your grounds a lot easier, like we're seeing right now.
Yeah, Gen X is extremely hungry for these team fights. They feel they have the stronger draft for the team fight at the moment. Hayabusa's doing a good job at keeping pressure across the map. However, he found that Cho down there. He may be paying with his life as well.
Bad.
It's extremely hard to run away from a Ling. Hayabusa pops the ult, and Ling counter ult to try to stay alive.
Takes him.
It's going to be able to take the Hayabusa, but Lunox is securing the Ling here, and luckily, there's a great Wrath stun onto Team Gen X. It was almost a triple stun, but look at the Ruby ultimate pulling the Wrath back. A lot of players on the side of Team Rain getting extremely low, but they're sieging up under this tower. They do not want to lose these tier 2 towers because they're losing a lot of map control, but Blue is able to tank up the power from that turret.
Yeah, and we're starting to see the helpfulness of having this Wrath. If they didn't have her and it was 2 other heroes stuck under that tower, it could have been an easy dive for Gen X. But Wrath quickly able to get them back up some of their health, take them from 50% to 75% to 90% to 100%, and now they're good. They don't have to go back to base. They can get right back on the field and continue protecting their towers. And though Gen X did apply some nice pressure there, they are starting to take a gold lead, and Reign Eternal, I think, needs to kind of regroup here, and maybe start playing a bit more together, not as a part.
They are going to group up because Gen X is going to force them to. Lunox popping that Ling down almost immediately, make it 2 because Cho's going down as well. Popol running away, trying to save himself, but that is 3 members down for the side of Team Rain, and not what you were looking for when Lord is just spawning. That is a secured Lord for Gen X, and it is now, for the first time today, it is a team is going to have to siege up against the Lord.
I mean, and that's a perfect example right there. Gen X has been playing a very all-together fight, like when team fights are happening. Esmeralda rotating from the bot, bringing all 5 members together against whoever they have to fight, to whereas Gen X has been a little more split apart, and we're starting to see why they may not be able to do that. We saw they didn't have their team with them, and 3 of them could not take on the other 5. I think Rain definitely needs to tighten up a little bit here. The game's not over. Just from this Lord, they should be able to defend it, but they need to start playing a little bit smarter. They can't have this Ling going crazy like he just was, trying to steal a blue buff. They need to definitely make some smarter plays, especially when Lord's coming up. You have to be paying attention to those timers. You have to be paying attention to what time it is on the clock and knowing when major objectives are coming so your team can be prepared for that.
From the side of Team Rain. Their towers are getting pushed in, but they see that Esmeralda might have been a little overextended down there. However, they're not going to be able to find her because she's extremely tanky. And a matter of fact, they're losing a lot of towers here. Hayabusa does have to pop the ultimate because he was getting extremely low. Should be able to shadow up, but as I say that, Ling is able to capitalize onto him. X-Borg has the immortality, so he's going to be able to get away. He's got 3, but Esmeralda diving all the way under every single tower and securing the Ling. Lord is still up, so he's going to be able to smack against the base. We're finding even more. That is 2 down, make it 3, because Lunox has secured a double kill.
Down, man.
Immortality pops onto the X-Borg. X-Borg going down extremely low here. It's going to be 4. This might be game from Gen X. Triple kill onto Lunox. Might be a maniac from the Lunox. And what a game one that one. Gen X securing the first game of the day. 1-0. Here we go.
Victory!
They should not have lost there. I think they really messed up when they went for that Esmeralda, especially your major damage dealers, and Hayabusa's on the top. I think they need to do what they were doing in the beginning, but don't get too crazy. They really threw when Ling went and tried to steal that blue buff, and they let Gen X take the lead there and then just start applying pressure. They let Gen X get a Lord. They lost 2 or 3 team members. And then maybe their heads were maybe they just weren't in the place they needed to, now your emotions are getting involved, you feel like you're losing now. And that Lord came and they just really fell apart.
Absolutely. You know, I feel there may have been a little bit of nerves there, and like they felt like they may have had to make a play. You know, the Lords crashing at their base. I saw 3 of them were cooped up in the bottom, trying to take out that Esmeralda, which they weren't able to because Lord was just crashing down. The map was closing in on them faster than they could believe. And then when that Lord was able to take mid tower uncontested, it was now smacking at their base, and it was a do or die. Dave, how do you think about that game?
I think that game was, I mean, it's actually more exciting than the game we saw yesterday. Just like T-Rex was saying in the beginning, we saw like 2-0, 2-0. Last game was quite a bit of back and forth. So hopefully this game we might see a comeback from Reign of Eternal TZY, and then maybe we'll see a 3-game series. We shall find out. But this is your chance, ladies and gentlemen, to hit a like, subscribe, turn the bell on to all notification bells, and make sure you cheer for your favorite team. Start sharing the stream with your friends, because after match 1, we're gonna go ahead and draw 2 lucky winners who get to win 1,000 diamond skin each, or maybe it's 1,000 diamonds straight up. So this is your chance to go ahead and share the stream with your friends. With that, we're gonna go ahead and take a short break. Make sure to go ahead and follow our incredible casters during the break. We'll see you in a little bit. Bye for now. Alright guys, welcome back to the cast one more time. This is Team Reign of Eternal X TZY versus Gen X. I'm your host, AssassinDave. Welcome back to the North America Community Tournament, Day 2. If you haven't followed our incredible casters, make sure to go ahead and do that with the link in the chat, or with the link that's going to be displayed on the screen. Make sure to hit a like, subscribe, turn the bell on, because you want to be enroll yourself in the giveaway that's happening right after this match, starting in the beginning of next one. So make sure to go ahead and hit the like, subscribe, turn the bell on. If you're watching the stream on Facebook or any other platform, make sure to share the stream with your friends, with your family, so they can come here and witness the second game. Are we going to see a game 3? We shall find out. Let me quickly send it over to our amazing, handsome, sexy, charming caster's desk.
Rex, what a game 1 that was.
Definitely a game 1. You know, I hate to see it end the way it did. You know, I think that was one of the first games we saw end with the first Lord. Of course, other than that BTK, that 9-minute 59 game earlier, but that ended. They didn't even actually need Lord, because Lord wasn't even up yet. You know, but this is the first game we saw go down that quickly to a first Lord, and I'm kind of upset the way it went. I feel like I feel like Reign was doing a great job, and hopefully they can help us see a game 3 this time. Hopefully they can do a little bit better and keep up against Gen X, because Gen X just did a steady game. They did a very steady game that time, and it won them it.
Well, we're going to have to see, because we are jumping into the ban pick right now, and there we go. Gen X is actually, they're going to show respect to the Ling. You know, that Ling had a lot of secure early game plays, you know, and they were extremely successful. So it makes sense that they're going to go ahead and ban that out. I think he may have went a little too aggressive, but that was player side. They don't want to deal with that map pressure that Ling can put on. And you know, if I'm Team Reign here, I mean, I'm getting rid of that Lunox, man. She just had a game.
Yeah, definitely. Lunox definitely did a great job, and was able, and again, you know, she was able to not get taken out by that Ling very often. I think the Ling ban was a great ban. I think, they do have to respect it because honestly, if Team Rain had continued playing that game right and Ling didn't overextend himself and make that mistake right there, they probably could have stayed on top and won it. So, I mean, Gen X knowing that, all right, the possibility's there, and that's honestly what's going to make them a good team. I like that ban. I think that teams knowing, not being too arrogant and being like, oh, we destroyed them, who cares what they pick? Like, knowing like, you know what? We have to watch out for this. Let's take that out now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's going to come down to, I think the map pressure that each team can bring here, because it just felt like both teams were successfully doing that, and it was a very hungry first 5 minutes. Both teams were securing kills left and right. Both teams were securing towers, whether it was top or bottom, and it felt like a yin and yang, a nice trade from each team, and just some unfortunate team fights in the end that were taking them out of, that did take Team Rain out of the fighting for that game. Export ban is also a fantastic ban from Gen X. It looks like Gen X is banning extremely reactionary to last game. These aren't the bans that you normally see in the first 3. I mean, you can see an Exborg, but, it wasn't one that they wanted to ban. So now they're banning is like, okay, they can play a really good Borg. And it seems like Team Rain is just banning these metas. Okay, they have first pick. We're going to ban Matilda. We're going to ban Paquito because we're going to respect you and not let you take those extremely strong early picks here. Kaja getting banned out. Now that's a meta ban that we can all agree on can go in the first 3.
Definitely, definitely the Exborg and the Kaja. I like the Matilda and the Paquito. We don't see the only real choice ban we've seen, I think, is Ling. But yeah, the Exborg, if they want to bring in another Esmeralda, we want to get rid of that Exborg. If we want to kind of bring in some sustainability, we want to get rid of Exborg. I think it's definitely a good ban. What I also like about these bans is we're going to get to see Team Rain pick some different heroes this time. And I'm wondering if Team Gen is essentially going to go with the same lineup. All of their team did a overall good job. Mikasa kind of lost her bot lane a little bit early on, but made some great moves with her Ruby halfway through the game. Did some very clutch ults, was able to hook in enemy teammates when she needed to. She caught that Raph a few times. But what a first pick. Our first time seeing him in this tournament. Me and Boca have been talking about this hero for a while. We got that Phoveus.
What a pick. BTK showing us in all 4 games. What was their first ban? Phoveus. Phoveus is the guy that, people are starting to talk about now. He wasn't really talked about when he was first coming in and he was first introduced, but now people have been finding success with him, finding things that work, and BTK showing respect and banning him out always. So him not being banned, and Gen X is looking to grab him. We do see that Roger counterplay on the side of Team Rain. I don't really know how well he's going to be doing into this Phoveus, but we'll see. We're going to have to see how they play him.
Yeah, it's going to make picking that Phoveus immediately applies pressure to your team of not being able to pick certain heroes. Like, it's going to be tough to grab a Harley or a Chow or anyone with some real dash potential. Now, if you're good, you can get away with him, but it definitely is. It's going to put some pressure on Sunaku here playing that Roger, because Roger does have some dashes. It's going to make it a little bit harder for him to get in and out the way he might want to. But now we're seeing that nice Popo pick coming in again. When you don't ban Popo, I can almost 90% guarantee we're going to see him in a game right now. He is a hot pick on tank, his stun, but this time we're going to see him on the other side. We're going to see him on the side of Gen X. Last time we saw him on the side of Rain. Let's see if Gen X can play it even better.
I had no complaints with the Popol and Koopa last game on the side of Team Rain. He did a great job at providing vision, and it felt like his immobilizes did change some team fights. We had Gen X running away from team fights and they get caught by traps, so it would just force them into fights they didn't want to take. That Lunox is getting picked over on the side of Gen X, and she has been extremely scary in that game 1. 10-2, securing the Maniac for the win last game. I'm almost surprised they didn't do any reactionary bans. They did ban out that Esmeralda. So I guess they don't want to play against Esme more than they want to play against the Lunox. We do see Kagura coming in over on the side of Team Rain, followed by that Kufra. Kagura's a mage we're going to be seeing more and more of. She's just has that extremely strong burst potential. And if she finds someone who's not, who's squishier on the squishier side in a side lane in a 1v1, she's going to burst them down. But let's not get rid of her team fight because she can lock people up just as much as any other mage support. That Kufra will just be a great complement into the Kagura.
So we are coming into some more bans here. We're seeing that high come out of the way. Team Rain definitely wanting to get rid of some of these possible jungle picks, get rid of some of these possible hyper picks. We know that we're gonna see Popo as the tank. Yue Crip, most likely we saw her as a support last time. I'm wondering what they're honestly gonna pick. That's what I've been kind of contemplating the past couple of minutes, is what are we going to see as the hyper on side Gen X? Will we see a marksman? Will we see an assassin? I don't know if that high ban was really all that.
It's actually interesting because, we have the high ban over on the side of Rain, and it's reactionary because they realize, oh, they do not have a jungler yet. And they also ban out the Lapu. That's a pretty stationary and standard side laner. And that's honestly what Gen X is looking for right now. So I do like those two bans. It's interesting that Gen X bans out Saber. You can play him jungle, but it tells you they don't want to play him. But they haven't selected a jungler yet. So I think it's kind of funny that they ban out a jungler. It's interesting though, because they're probably banning him because the jungler that they have in mind does not play well into the Saber. And I don't know if Team Rain caught that because they ended up banning the Lapu, but they could have taken a little bit longer on that ban and tried to see, okay, what jungler does not play well into Saber? We do see a Ruby ban on the side of Gen X. I thought they had a decent game with Ruby last game, but I guess they don't want it because they need some attack damage. They need a stronger side laner to dish out damage. They've already got that tanky frontline Phobius.
Yeah, I'm really wondering. We see that Barrett's, and that's what I'm wondering what offlaners we're going to see. Because right now, what we're seeing in these bans, a lot of offlaners are gone. No Ruby, no Esmeralda, no Paquito, no Lapu, no Kaja. But there's that marksman I was talking about, bringing in that Granger, and we've seen the damage Granger can do right now. I think he's a good pick right now to deal with that Roger. He does have that second skill dash to kind of get away. And then he's also going to be able to really put some chunks into Kent and into Mahi, into this Barats and into this Kufra, because that's a hard front line to deal with right there. Kufra and Barats, definitely going to be something that Team Gen is going to need to try to fight through. And as we're talking about offlaners, here comes one that we haven't seen too often in the tournament yet, but I personally still think is a great pick. We have Yu Zhong.
Yu Zhong is a great side laner to pick into here, and he's going to add into the mobility that it really kind of feels like Gen X was lacking at the moment. Phobius, he can jump on people after they dash, but he's a marcher. He doesn't really run, and it just kind of feels like their entire team doesn't have that mobility. Besides the Granger, maybe a little bit there. So I do like this Yu Zhong pick. We did see Alice Hubbard there for a second, and this is why they banned that Saber, because they wanted to play that. It would have been great, but they just had too much magic damage, so that's why they ended up going with the Saber pick of Yu Zhong. A Ballman would be very interesting here and reactionary, and I would want to see how it works. Okay, we are going to see that Alice pick. It is safe, Picking Alice last is the time to pick the Alice, and that Saber ban kind of complemented into this Alice pick, but we do have a Lunox on the side of Gen X. I don't like playing Alice into Lunox. That Lunox is going to burst me. Not to mention, Alice's teleport counts as a dash, so that's just a bonus for Phobius. She doesn't win either of these lanes, whether she's against that Phobius or whether she's against that Yu Zhong.
Yeah, I think people really need to stop sleeping on Lunox in the North American community. She is an immediate ban in MPL games in a lot of pro leagues, and I feel like a lot of people don't pay the respects to her that they need to. I think she needs to start being a ban in this tournament, honestly, because every time we see her on a team, we just see her destroying people. She does great against these front lines, and that's what they have. So let's see if she can do it in game 2 of Gen X versus Rain Eviternal TZY.
Gonna have to see, will this be a 2-0 sweep, bringing Gen X to the semifinals, or will Rain hold on and get formidable and bring us to that game 3 that we all have been yearning for? I think everybody can agree, no matter what the team is, we want a game 3.
We want a game 3.
We haven't gotten to see it yet, and we love those close cliffhanger games. So hopefully we do get to see it, and you know, it seems this would be the comp to do it on Team Rain, but we'll have to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, we said it last time. We said last time Rain had the advantage early, and that they didn't get first blood. You know, they did start winning early, but again, I think Rain, what they need to do is play smarter. You know, that's their win condition right now. They need to just play smarter. I think both sides have a good. I don't think there's any team that's really very, very countered by the other one, but overall, I think that it's going to come down to who just plays better here.
Yeah, 100%. It will come down to, you know, obviously the better team, but I think there was a lot of nerve for that game one that I hope will be soothed in this game two, because now, you know, the pressure it is on for Team Rain, but for Gen X, we may see them a little bit more reserved, but they seemed hungry to make plays, and sometimes too hungry because it ended up feeding into mistakes. So maybe they had a little bit of a talk before going into this game two. Okay, you know, we were pretty strong into that game one, but we made some mistakes by overextending because we felt like we had that lead and we felt like we had to make plays. So Gen X, I feel like they're going to be a little bit reserved until they're able to make plays, and they 100% know they're going to find a kill.
Yeah, and you know, last game we saw Gen X rotating. I was talking about a lot through the game. Gen X whole team rotating very well and coming towards team fights, to where Rain their offlaners being a bit more reserved and staying on their sides. But I think if Rain wants to keep up that strategy, then their core that's going 3v4, 3v5 needs to not die. You know, they need to be able to hold up. And here we go.
Definitely one of the cores that do it, but Granger just showing that early game damage by bursting the Cupra down. There's no more tank. They gotta get out of the fight, but Phobia's already level 4, and this is why I was scared about him, because look at him diving into the backline, securing that barrage, and also the Kagura. That is a 3-for-0 trade on the side of Gen X, a secured turtle, and nothing really answering from Rain.
Yeah, you don't want to. Phobius is definitely someone you don't want to go up against right now. Able to just completely go from Gen X's backline to Rain's backline in one click of the button. Able to just come in inside of the tower. I mean, look at this, just completely demolishing them in their tower. I mean, that's a bad place to want to be in. Normally, he's not doing moves like that, but this could be it for Phobius.
We do have Cupra finding a nice stun up onto the Phobius, and he will go down. Unfortunately, you can't 1v3 when your ultimate's down, but that's all right. He gave it his all. They lose a pick. That's a win for Rain, but overall, they found a 3K. They did find Turtle. It feels weird because the gold lead is only about 200 right now. It feels like it should be a lot more. That was an absolute win for Gen X. That team fight was executed perfectly. You know, they found the securing pick, and a lot of these players on the side of Team Rain had to dash out. All of those flickers are down, if you see, on the side of Team Rain, and Phobius capitalized on every single one of those flicker pushes. So, you know, when you're on the back pedal and Phobius is going to be chasing you, it's going to be scary. But as I say that, you know, they may have overextended a little bit here. Kagura found that burst onto Granger, but Granger's going to be safe because he's got his brothers in arms. They came around and were able to save him there. But both teams getting relatively low, but it doesn't seem like either team wants to back off. Matter of fact, Yu Zhang popping his ult, getting into the back line, and he will be able to secure the kill onto Cooper again, which started us off. Did see a flicker going off early, but Phobius wasn't there to capitalize on his ult. Yu Zhang's going to go down to the Kagura. Brat's extremely low, but isn't going to be able to get capitalized. And matter of fact, this is going to be a turnaround for Team Rain because they do find the Lunox. Lunox was just not able to get out in time. That is a win for Team Rain and what we needed to see.
Yeah, definitely. You know, right before that happened, Gen X invading Rain and making sure they can steal. I mean, Rain invading Gen X and make sure they can steal their blue buff. So then Gen X trying to respond by maybe trying to take Rain's blue buff, but weren't able to do it so well. And that could be a change around. I mean, it looks like Rain's still trying to play the same aggressive game that they did last time. Make plays, steal plays, try to invade. But this time they're doing it a bit more as a core. And, you know, last time maybe they had faith in that Ling able to do it by himself. This time, you know, with a Roger, you don't really want to let Roger go in the enemy jungle by himself. So it's going to maybe force them to play a bit more tight. And while they're doing this, they may be able to capture this win.
Absolutely, but you know, Gen X they really are looking for these plays. You know, that Roger goes down extremely low. They know he has to recall. They're gonna start the turtle up. Cooper dashes in, but you know, that just procs the Phobius ultimate. And this Team Rain has been chased all the way out of the turtle pit, and they're not going to be able to even contest for this because they're all low. Matter of fact, we have Granger running away from the turtle and chasing down this Alice. So that's going to secure a kill for Gen X. They're answering back immediately and securing another turtle here.
Yeah, securing another turtle, getting in objectives. You know, we haven't seen a tower go down yet, and we're at the 6-minute mark. But mark my words, Gen X securing that top lane tower just now. Rain needs to start answering back. They're now 1,500 gold behind, and if Gen X keep this up, like we know Granger will do, Granger will start to snowball. And his burst right now, his damage is already there. It's already starting to pick apart Rain. So let's see what happens.
100%. It looks like Gen X was trying to be reactionary there, but just couldn't get there in time. However, Conro does find the Popo, is going to be immediately traded out from the Lunox, and Granger is going to find another kill onto the Cupra. So now it's time for the running of Team Rain, but Roger wasn't able to get away, got stuck into the pit. That is a triple kill, and that's that focus that I was talking about, man. If you lose these team fights, you're not getting away because you're popping your flickers and dashes to get away. But you know who's going to be on the other side of that flicker? Phobius slam dunking on your head, securing kills.
Yeah, you know, everything I'm seeing right now from Rain, it's just, they're not adapting. They're playing the same game through this whole fight in the same game that they played last time. And when you're losing, you can't be invading the enemy jungle. When you're behind 1,000, 2,000 gold, you can't be running into their jungle trying to steal creeps. You can't be running in there trying to steal camps because you're behind. You're going to lose a fight if they bring it to you. If they catch you off guard, you are going down when you're over there. And they need to adapt. They need to know that, okay, we're behind. Let's play a little more reserved. Let's try to get some picks on them. Let them maybe come into our jungle where we have a bit more of an advantage. And they're just not doing that. Maybe they can do that in this next 3-5 minutes and turn this thing around. Or maybe Gen X makes a mistake. But here goes a team fight, and let's see what happens.
Did have Cooper trying to make another play, and as he dashes out again and again and again, Phobius is going to dunk on his head more and more and more, securing that kill on the Phobius. Rod going extremely low. Rod's picked out of the fight. This may be another triple kill, and there we go. Kogger going down as well. Make it a Roger, make it a quadra kill. That secures another turtle. That's going to secure towers. This is going to be an insane gold lead after they secure everything that they're desiring from Gen X. And I think this is the issue with Team Rain right now, you know? They understand they're down and they're trying to make plays to get themselves back into the game. When they were succeeding the most, they were succeeding when, and we actually just saw Alice go down again in live time under the replay, but they were succeeding the most when Gen X was stepping up to the board, when Gen X was overextending and trying to make plays. But now I think it's too little too late because you're down 7,000 gold in the first 8 minutes here, and it's only going to get worse because Turtle wasn't even picked up yet.
Yeah, they are getting, you know, you can see they're starting to get a little desperate, and they're trying to make plays the wrong way. They're trying to be the aggressors here when you can't. I mean, I mean, immediately the first mistake they made was not banning that Phobius, letting him in, and then picking a bunch of dash heroes, picking Alice, picking Roger. You know, they fell right into this Phobius. And right now, he is just hopping around, dunking on them, putting them down, and it looks bad for Rain. They've now lost 2 lanes of towers. They're losing buffs by the second. This looks bad for Team Rain. They need to just kind of back off, because if they don't, things like this are going to happen.
We do see Yuzhong going extremely deep on the 3. Make it a double kill for him because he's able to secure 2. Actually, Phobius was going to take the other one that tried to flicker away. So that's Baratz and Alice already out of this fight. There isn't even a Lord Wave up, but Gen X doesn't even care. They want to end this. They want that subpar 10 minutes. They're going to be speedrunning this fight because down goes Roger, and I think it's the same fate for the rest of the team. There goes the Cooper because Popo was able to secure that. Kaga going down extremely low, but you know what? He won't even be able to save these towers. That's 2 inhibs going down, but I think it's also the game. Actually, Gen X will pay some respect and back off. They understand, listen, we got 2 towers, we've got a 10,000 gold lead, we've got Lord coming up in 40 seconds. We're going to end this the right way, and I think that is the respectable and the proper way to play when we're playing in this NA tournament.
Yeah, I think what they're doing right now, you know, I actually really like what I'm seeing them do right now, which we haven't seen many teams in this tournament do. You know, like when you have these pressure against them, they know they have a lead. They've got a 10,000 gold lead right now. They don't have to end it now. There's no reason for them to end it right now. Yes, of course. We saw BTK like just completely, like they had this 10,000 gold lead and they just completely kept going in and keeping lane pressure. But that's not always the best strategy. It's like, you don't need to end it right now. You know you're going to win any team fight that happens. Let's just be patient and wait for Lord. Because it's true. Just because you have 10,000 gold, if they do try to get crazy here and finish it at the base, one slip up and the whole game can be turned around. So play safe, secure Lord like they're doing right now, and try to finish this off 2-0.
And 2-0, they're most likely going to take it. 11,000 gold lead, and Lord going to be storming it down mid or bottom, wherever the RNG takes them. You know, this is my time where I usually say it's time to base up for Rain, but my question to you, Rex, is what base do they have to base up in? Their towers have been taken down before the Lord was even taken in the first 9 minutes. So
at this point, I don't even know. They got the right plan. Sit in these bushes here because you don't want to let Lord get to your base. You know, maybe try to take it a little bit early. But I think this is the end for Rain.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see, because here comes one last team fight. And even before the team fight starts, Lord smacks Roger down to 1 health, and Phobius pops that ultimate. Taga going down extremely low. Yuzhong ultimate gonna be able to secure 1, make it 2, double kill. That's 4 dead. That is Gen X going to be the first team today securing their spot into the semifinals. GG.
That was, 2-0 going into semifinals. Let's give it up for Gen X, showing that they have an understanding of this game and an understanding of pro play and an understanding of the meta. But that final team fight just goes to show the importance of getting rid of that Phobius. I mean, that final team fight when they're up against that base, all you see is Phobius just hop, 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 in the air, in the air, in the air, coming down on them one after the next, doing damage, and there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing at all.
That's just Phobius for you. And, I'm glad that Gen X showed us the true strength of Phobius, but I got to give it to the entire team. They had 2 silver medals, but it really doesn't feel like either of them got silver there. That entire team is either 5-1, 5-1, 3-0, 3-1, 5-2. Their entire team played fantastic there, and that was a much stronger game 2 that we got to see from Gen X and their true capabilities and why they're making it to the semifinals. And we're going to have to see, who they go up against, whether it'll be Area 77 or Team Tacos.
Yeah, I think, I'm really excited for this next game. This is actually one of the games that I've been wanting to see in this whole tournament. I've been craving to see Area 77 play. I know one of the players personally. I've seen him play before, so I'm excited to see. But before that, let's get back to the host.
You're muted again. Oh no.
Oh, am I muted? Oh, there we go. Some lip syncing action over there. So now we're back one more time. Sorry about that. That was a quite interesting little bit of action over there. But yeah, a great job to Gen X one more time for taking the dub. And we're gonna go to the next match with Team Tacos with Area 77. One of the two best teams in North America. Actually, just really, really good players mashed up together. Area 77 has always been a North America powerhouse. Are they gonna show up to take us to the semifinals? We shall find out. Or is Team Tacos ready because they're not hungry? They have already had enough of the really, really delicious taco food. So we shall find out. Before that, we'll have a giveaway coming up right after this break. Make sure to drop the like, subscribe, and turn the bell on. 2 lucky winners will be winning 1,000 diamond each. And make sure to follow our incredible casters during the break. With that, we're gonna go ahead and take a short 10 to 15 minute break. We'll see you guys right after this. right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to the North America Community Tournament. This is your host, AssassinDave. Before we step into the next match for Team Tacos taking on Area 77, the match of the night, people, most anticipated match. First, let's do our giveaways. 2 lucky winners are gonna win 1,000 diamond each to take home. Maybe whatever you want to do with it, that's your choice, but it's time for us to do the giveaway. So this is what you need to do in order to join the giveaway, guys. Make sure to like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells on the YouTube channel. That's the #1 requirement. You have to be a subscriber in order to join the giveaway. So check yourself if you haven't subscribed. You probably can't chat either. And now the second step is type hashtag NACT one time in the chat to enroll yourself in the giveaway. Remember to only type one time. Do not type more than one time. And this only happens on YouTube, so make sure to head to YouTube right now. If you're watching on any other platform, type hashtag NACT one time to enroll yourself in the giveaway. 2 lucky winners will win 1,000 diamond each, and our moderators will jot down your information. If you feel like you have not been jotted down, you can also come to our Discord channel, Discord server, and contact us directly if you win the giveaway. If you do win, I need your in-game ID and your server ID, as well as your in-game name. You will be directly gifted 1,000 diamonds from the developers in the upcoming week. So make sure to type your in-game name and in-game ID and server ID, those 3 things, if you do win. So with that, let's go ahead and draw our first winner of the night. It's going to be Diemos, channel member. Congratulations, Diemos. Wow, Diemos, congratulations for winning the giveaway. Make sure to type your in-game name, in-game ID, and server ID in the chat. And our moderators will be able to write you down and send it. We'll give you the skin in give you the diamonds in 2 weeks. I think it's 2 weeks. We're not exactly sure how long it's gonna take, but you should receive it within 2 weeks. So with that, Demos, congratulations. Make sure to type your information. We're gonna go ahead and draw our second giveaway winner. The second winner of tonight's first giveaway is Derek V. Derek V, congratulations. Or Derek. Whatever you like to pronounce your name. Whatever turns you on. Whatever rocks your socks off. Derek 5. We need your in-game name, in-game ID, and the server ID. Type it in the chat and you shall receive your diamond within 2 to 3 weeks. So take your time to be excited. Once again, congratulations, Derek, for winning the giveaway. With that, the second best of 5 is almost underway, ladies and gentlemen. This is Team Tacos taking on Team Area 77, a North America powerhouse. Now, Team Tacos also have a lot of players. North America best of the best put together. So this is going to be a really close match. To tell you more about it, I'm going to quickly send it over to our amazing, handsome, sexy, and charming caster's desk. Make sure to follow our casters for their future events. Let's go.
And what a game this will be. Area 77, I think everybody knows them. They participated in the last tournament and they almost took it home. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to capitalize in their later games in the finals. And Team Tacos, it's not a known team, but it's known players. We have Sir Bossy on Team Tacos, so this should be a closer game in all, maybe even our first game 3.
Hopefully. But overall, I think Area 77 definitely becoming a much more well-known team after the last tournament, after the North American Roundtable event. Definitely showing face, and I think are beginning to become a favorite. But we're going to jump into these bans now, and I don't think we can count Team Taco out. I think just from being in the Discord server, being around some places, listening to the community, putting my ear to the ground, I hear some talk about Team Tacos. I hear they have some support in North America, so I'm hoping they can show off for their fans here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. It does look like Team Tacos is going to be the first ban and first pick. So they are going to have a little bit of priority in this ban. Maybe they can ban out some heroes that Area 77 likes to play. I know we have a United States #1 Lapu over on the side of Area 77. We also have a lot of Supreme tiles on the side of Area 77. This is a very, very skilled group, and I would say they are the bracket favorites on the for today. So we're going to have to see what these bans end up looking like. We do have the Kaja ban to start us off from Team Tacos, and just that standard Paquito ban from Area 77. So nothing out of the ordinary yet, Rex.
Yeah, definitely nothing out of the ordinary. I like to think that both of these teams, unlike what we've been seeing in some of the past games, are going to just go with some pretty regular bans, I don't know if they've played against each other yet or if they know the other teams too well. So I think we're just going to get rid of this. But, this Roger ban just becoming more and more popular over the course of the last 3 verses, over the course of the BTK game to the last game between Rain and Gen X, and now we're seeing it happen again. Now I'm wondering if this is going to be something we just start seeing from here on out in the tournament. Is this going to be a popular ban just all the time?
It could be. I think it might be, like MPL has their meta, it could be more of a North American selection.
Yeah.
But there may be a little bit of influence, both teams have done their homework and they've definitely clashed together. These aren't more known teams. I mean, we literally have BTK Kush on the other team, as well as Serbasi. So they've all versed each other. They know what they like to play. They know what they like to play against. So the draft should get a little bit interesting after game 1. Obviously, we have those standard bans. The Natan ban is just a must from Area 77. I'm not going to be surprised if we see Matilda being banned out on the side of Area 77 just because
they need to.
Team Tacos has that first pick. So we'll see in about a couple of seconds here what Kush is going to end up banning. It should just be. I really think it's going to be standard.
We see that Popo and Koopa showing respect to that. I think that's a smart ban. I think Area 7 may definitely go for this Matilda ban here. Not something you want to go up against. And from the side of Team Tacos, maybe the reason why we saw that Roger ban could be like, we want to leave. We might want to try to leave one meta broken hero open. We do have first pick here. We want to maybe give our chance to maybe snag this Matilda or snag someone that normally you wouldn't get to pick immediately. Hopefully, we've seen a lot of teams go wrong picking their jungles off rip. Hopefully they play smart here. And like I said, Matilda is open. My guess is they lock that in right away.
Yeah, it looks like Area 77 did end up selecting that Borg as their third and final ban. Matilda is open, and it's usually one of those heroes that a lot of our first pick teams have been selecting, and I wouldn't be surprised if they pick it here. But
they're thinking about it though.
We have hesitation. We really do have hesitation. So maybe Area 77 knows something that we don't, and there it is. Yeah, okay. They're saying, okay, do you want to play Matilda? It's open. Look, if we don't select it, they're going to. And we have a Tigreal Hubbard as the first counter pick of Area 77. It could happen. I would be very surprised to see it. There we go, Esmeralda. They're just trolling us a little bit. Esmeralda and Lunox. Fantastic.
Sherlock Holmes is going to be the main mage on the side of Team Area 77. And I'm excited to see him play. This is a player I've seen play before in tournament play. I've talked to him a little bit. He's a player I know is good. And I'm really excited to see his mage. I've seen him play a really great Kagura. And, we've seen this Lunox. And I feel like, right now, I feel like that Lunox ban should be much more prioritized than that Roger ban. And that's what I think maybe needs to become the switch. But we'll see how well Team Tacos does against this setup. We are seeing that Ling come in. And so far, we haven't seen Ling do amazing in these tournaments. But I feel like Area 77 might be the team that we finally get to see Ling really shine. Because we know he is a monster. We know he has capabilities. But they did pick it right into that Hayabusa, which is going to be tough. It's going to be tough dealing with Ling. Both of them, Ling has his Tempest of Blades that he can kind of get away from things, but still, it's going to be tough for this Ling.
See how they play it. And, from time and time again, Area 77 has been the team to play a very strong Ling. Barca is not a pick that we can ignore here. She has a very strong ultimate, and it just kind of really rounds a team fight in for Team Tacos over here. And what I'm liking? How fast those past 3 picks were selected. Barca and Haya were picked almost immediately, and then Alberto just locks that Ling in just a matter of seconds. So both teams feel very comfortable in what they're playing, or in what
team
heroes
is
they're going to
banning.
play. We do have Kagura getting banned out over on the side of Team Tacos. I think it's just because of how viable Lunox can be. You know, Lunox can be played in side lane, Lunox can be played in mid. However, they already have magic damage selected on the side of Area 77 for their side laner. They have the Esmeralda, so there's no shot Lunox is going side lane here. I understand the necessity of banning out Kagura's because Farsa just doesn't play well into it. 9 times out of 10, that Kagura is going to be smacking and locking that Farsa up. There's nothing she can do about it. So it made sense, but maybe they got a little bit ahead of themselves there. Banning out the Saber is just pretty self-explanatory. And then a Benedetta, yeah, you want to get rid of Benedetta here just because, you don't want to really have that strong wave clear that Team Tacos is looking for.
You know, but they're missing one ban here, and I'm wondering what team is going to scoop it up. What about Phoveus? Are we going to see him this game?
Phoveus could definitely be played here, and it's interesting we do have the Ballman selected. It works. I mean, Ballman does work, but if I'm Area 77 with Phoveus on the board, I'm not picking another dash hero. We already have we have Ling, Lunox, we have Esmeralda. Cho would be even. I don't even like Cho here when you have Phoveus on the board. But again, I can't stress this enough. Both teams know each other, so maybe they have an idea that Team Tacos doesn't play Phoveus. This could be what's going on in their minds. We already have a Cho lock here, so Phoveus would probably be the strongest counter pick, and I would be surprised if they don't pick it. And look, we have an Alice Hubbard, we have a Ruby Hubbard as well. They're not going to pick it, and this is just Area 77 playing into that comfortability of playing against these players before. They know they weren't going to play Phoveus. Like, we have Alice being Hubbard and most likely going to be locked. It doesn't do the best in this lineup actually, because they do have a Lunox on the other side, but it is a strong pick. I would have liked to see Phoveus, but you know, they're comfortable with what they're comfortable with. They're going to lock that Alice, and you know, now Phoveus is open for them. I wouldn't want to see it right now. It just doesn't really.
I mean, it does good against the Alice. It does good against the Ruby if she dashes. You know, it can even do good against that Matilda. Right now, I think it'd be an awesome pick. They have mobility on side Area 77. Area 77 looking very strong right now. Already got a nice front line. Really what they need is a tank. So I don't see them bringing in Phoveus. Looks like they're going to probably be running that Chow as a tank, though. That's my guess. I'm guessing they're going to put Esmeralda in the off lane, but most likely running that Chow as tank, which I really like. I am a big fan of the Chow tank. You see him a lot over in Asia. I think it's a great pick. I think he's going to be able... If, you know, the moment Hayabusa does pop his head out in a team fight, he's getting out of there. He's getting picked off. So he's going to need to be very quick. Kush is going to need to be very fast, making sure he's in and out and not getting hit by this Chow. So, I mean, overall, I think we have some good bands. We have some good teams set up. But how's this game... How do you think it's going to play out, Boca?
Both teams played into what they were comfortable with, you know, and I do gotta give it to Tacos for banning out Kagura, because we all thought that Lunox would be played mid. She was not played mid. She's actually going to be played side lane, because we did see that Lilia last pick, which is going to secure Cho into the tank zone. But we're going to have to see what team will be able to bring it, because it is game one. It is officially started, and yeah, both teams looking extremely strong. Who's going to bring it home?
Yeah, I mean, that Lilia pick was honestly a really nice pick against the composition of Team Taco. You know, you have this Alice who needs to get in. You have this Ruby who needs to get in. You have a Hayabusa who needs to get in. You know, most of Taco's team is going to be right up in their face. And Area 7's gonna have that Lilia to just counter, but we can see a first blood here.
Hang on now, Farsa did find the stun onto the Cho, but it is gonna be immediately answered by the Lilia. So not an overall L for the side of Area 77. They were a great job at answering that. And they got a little bit of harass off on the Haya. Haya was still able to secure the blue, so just a trade. You know, nothing bad at the end of the day, just a trade, but could have been bad there. Yeah.
I mean, just that little bit of slowdown though, even though I mean, Area 77 definitely comes on top of that. They get the trade, but they slow down Haya just enough to where now, even though it's not a lot, it's a 200 gold lead. And that's something. They keep on making little plays like that. That 200 turns into 400, turns into 600. And next thing you know, Area 77 has a nice lead. We see Taco kind of rotating a bit more of a core. Hayabusa holding his tank with him. But we have some picks here.
Yeah, it does look like Alice was picked off in the top lane, but even though Alice picked off in the top lane, Taco was trying to answer and is actually getting answered themselves because all of them are going to have to recall. We're getting a lot of gold taken off of that top tower. Turtle up in 2 seconds. Haya should be able to get there just in the nick of time because Ling is all the way top side, but that is a win for Area 77, and I do like the way they're pacing this game because they are making plays across the map. Look at the harass on Alice. Alice is just hitting level 2, and Lunox about to hit that level 4. There we go. Alice hit level 3, but Lunox level 4 and immediately popping that dark side ulti. Might have overextended here just because of, yeah, we do have Matilda coming in. She, okay, luckily, that's the beauty of Lunox. She has the escape as much as she has the engage. So she will be able to disengage. 1v5 Galaxy might be going down here. This is going to be a secured kill. There we go. Ling secures the kill, and that should proc the turtle.
That's going to make a big difference. Lunox probably getting picked off here. And again, she goes down, but still, we are seeing some nice trades here. But Area 77 making that gap of gold that I was talking about larger and larger.
Yeah, and there we go again. We saw Lunox going down, but it was answered. We had Kush going down on his highest, so there's no shot they're going to be able to contest this turtle. And there we go, the first turtle taken on the side of Area 77. This is a 2,000 gold lead, Rex, in the first 3 minutes.
At 3 minutes in, huge gold lead. Area 77 just taking objectives, even though the kills aren't too spaced far apart, definitely winning the game right now. The movement of that Ling coming in and out is just amazing. He's there when he needs to be, and he's out when he needs to be. Tacos definitely are going to need to kind of step back a little bit. And the problem is yeah, they have some scalability with that Farza and with that Alice and even with the Ruby. So they do have 3 heroes of scale, but so does Area 77. That Lunox is going to be melting people later on, destroying them. And let's see how this team fight goes.
Team fight getting procced already. Cho popping the ultimate on the Matilda. Matilda already going down, and Alice is not too much later. That's going to be a double kill secured for the side of Area 77, and they will have a lot of map pressure to be looking forward from this. We do have Esmeralda diving in the mid lane. She's getting a little bit low here. She could potentially be going down. She's not going to be able to, because look at that lifesteal from the side of Esmeralda. And matter of fact, Cho going in even further and securing another kill onto the Farsa. I think he'll be able to escape. I don't know about Cho. He's just going to get out. That's just another 2-0 trade for the side of Area 77. And the first tower being taken. Their pacing is immaculate right now.
Yeah, and I mean, what I talked about in the very beginning, this Lilia was honestly, it was such a golden pick. Sherlock Holmes matching his jungle right now with a 3-0, 3-0, both of them securing equal kills. But he's just, when you pick that Matilda, it's to get in. It's to bring yourselves into that team fight. And the thing is Lilia, her AoE damage is slowing them down so well, stopping them, doing damage on all these frontline fighters and just taking them out. And as we're just watching Taco fold right now under the pressure of Area 77. Area 77 doing a great job at just invading, taking these picks, putting pressure on their towers, and not letting go of the gas.
They're really showing us why they made it all the way to the finals in the previous tournament, because this pressure is just immaculate. Lunox actually died there, and it's going to be an overall win for Area 77 because the way they're able to just put on the pressure of Team Taco. They're securing that tower top side, or they almost did, and they secure a turtle. At least Hayabusa is able to find some sort of light at the end of the tunnel by securing that tower bot side, but there may be a team fight breaking out just because of it. Not one that I don't think Area 77 is ready for yet, because Taco does have priorities. However, Mercy just wants to get it started off by popping the ultimate on the 4 of them. Kush is completely sectioned out. It is going to potentially be going down here. 1 health going down, super low. Matilda is in the backline of Area 77. Area 77 going extremely low, but Link popped the ultimate. There's trades all around the board. We have Matilda and Barca going down because of Link. Alice able to secure onto the Link and secure onto the Cho. So this is a 2-for-2 trade, but they might be able to secure the mid tower here as well, because we do have that Lilia's just an insane push potential.
Oh man, that tower is looking low. Definitely a good team fight from Tacos. but overall still falling behind. We are already seeing that anti-lifesteal coming in from the Lilia, which is going to be trouble for Alice. It's going to be trouble for Ruby. She made sure that was her first item she locked in. You know, Chow definitely spacing out his defense items, getting that breastplate in, starting to work on some magic damage protection. My guess, maybe Athena's shield, something to deal with the burst damage of that incoming Pharza. Because Pharza's going to start doing some damage. I think she needs to start timing those ultimates a little bit better. Maybe instead of using them to zone them away, wait for the fight to happen, you know? Wait for the engage to happen, get in your position, and time it correctly, and start raining down those bombs.
Yeah, Cho is, you know, he's been the man of the hour. Even while we were talking just there, we had Cho secure another kill for the side of Area 77, which is just going to continue on to this pressure. Potentially a team fight breaking out here, a team fight that Team Tacos knows they do not want to take, but they're just trying to hold on to their towers. And this is just priority again for Area 77. Look at all the players on their side surrounding this turtle, taking that bot side tower, so they can't even position for it. You know, they understand that Taco can't position for it. They see a Haya top lane, so they're going to send a majority of their heroes up to the top side, and there we go. That's the Cho that we know and love. He's going to be able to secure onto the Hayabusa. Hayabusa top the ultimate out of desperation to try to get out of here. Will successfully get out of here, but look, Ling is taking that turtle bot side, so this isn't even a fight that Area 77 was hungry for. They're just trying to make plays across the board and snowball the way they do. This is the reason why they were the second place in the previous tournament. It's just that snowball potential that we saw from BTK yesterday. Area 77 is doing a great job at making it. Now that's it, there's another team fight going to be going down, but not one that Area 77 was ready to take because their health bars are going down extremely low. Esmeralda already taken down, Ling having to pop the ultimate out of desperation, and this for the first time Tacos is actually winning a team fight, but Area 77 understands they can't take that fight. They back away. They're not going to try to take the turtle, but actually Martha ultimate popping onto a little bit of Area 77. There we go. A back away, and again, pressure just all around the board.
Pressure all around. Area 77 continuously applying it, but backing off. I think this is a time that Area 77 needs to kind of like calm down a little bit. You know, they have a huge gold lead, but Taco's team starting to lock in. We saw some big burst damage just now from Pharza. We saw her really chunking them down, and with that, and with the rest of the other teams starting to get into those items, you know, Ruby now is looking very good. She has those Haas Claws. She has this War Axe. She's gonna start getting sustainability, but I don't know if it's gonna hold up. You know, the AoE from that Lilia is gonna be hard to deal with. She's gonna be able to activate her Necklace of Durance on every one of them at the same time.
Yeah, it really feels like Area 77's and the Conro right now slowly constricting their prey at the moment. Finding Galaxy with a choke kick. He's going to go down, and this is going to proc a team fight from both teams. Hayabusa popping the ultimate into the back line is not going to be able to take any, so he's going to have to dash out. That is a kill for Area 77, 20 seconds for the turtle, but they're not just looking for that Lord, they're actually looking to take this mid tower as well. Team Tacos is luckily they got enough people here to answer and wave clear as fast as they can, but that gives them positioning. Ruby won't be up until Lord is up, so Area 77, you know, as strong as their positioning has been, it's going to be even stronger because there's no shot that Team Taco can contest the jungle. But they still want to because we see Barca pop the ultimate, but Cho, look at him grabbing that Matilda. Matilda barely scraping away with her life, and actually Alberto getting down low, having to pop the ultimate here. This is an elongated team fight for sure, and now Ruby is up, so they can contest for this board. And Hayabusa, the team fight has been so long that Hayabusa popped another ultimate onto that Lunox. Lunox going down extremely low. Area 77 is going to have to disengage that Lunox, and Tacos understands that, so they're starting to pressure up. And there potentially will be a Lord started, maybe a little bit of a Lord bait, but Area 77 is now on the backside for the first time, just in positioning, not in the game.
Yeah, starting to get pushed back a little bit. Taco, Team Taco definitely getting back, though their gold lead is mostly staying the same. I mean, it hasn't really gone up, it hasn't really gone down, which means Taco is at least not letting them snowball anymore, but they're in a bad position. Area 77, as long as they can keep this up, they're doing a great job. And you were talking about the Chow earlier, Arsene Lupin. He's doing a great job at initiating these fights, you know, and the rest of the team knows exactly when he's going to engage. The communication is looking amazing. Look at him just sitting in this bush right now. Just, you know, patiently waiting. Here comes the engage.
Yeah, go Joe finding that ultimate on the Matilda. This time, I don't think they're getting out of that one. As mobile as she is, you can't find anything in Taco just really wants to find an answer back. They're looking for anybody that's overextended, but Area 77 understands they overextended a little bit in that previous team fight. They're not going to make that same mistake. But actually, as I say that, Joe's extremely hungry and is jumping on the 5-0. I don't think you can 5v1 this one, Joe, and this is going to proc a team fight. Joe's going down, Barca ulted onto the back line, but Lunox is securing that kill onto the Alice and making another one because Ling is finding that Ruby. Hayabusa getting down extremely low, look at the dash, trying to get away, but it's not enough because Lilia's going to secure that kill onto the Hayabusa. That is going to start the Lord, and this is going to start the first siege of this BO3.
And right there, even though Lupin went down, Chow, even though he went down, like, just amazing picks from him on the side of the tank. They're looking to finish this maybe a lot sooner than we thought, man.
Yeah, 100%. We saw Matilda go down extremely low. Area 77 had no priority of that Lord. They were not, that was not in their eyesight. They didn't care about it. You know, it was to wait to get it to the charge Lord. There was only about 15 seconds, so they were hungry for these picks. And there we go. Look at the damage on Area 77. How quick that was an upgraded Lord. How quick that Lord went down. Their damage is online. This is prime time for Area 77. Their item spikes have hit. They are now up 10,000 gold, and they have a charged Lord charging right down the middle. We're going to see a one last ditch effort from Team Tacos to hold on to this match.
Yeah, I don't, they make one slip up here and it's definitely over. I think their best bet, stay behind towers. They're going to lose an inhibitor tower here, but if they mess up a team fight outside of their base, the game is over. So maybe best bet, play it safe, and try to melt down the Lord as fast as possible.
Trying to melt down the Lord, but Esmeralda has different thoughts because he's going to grab onto that Ruby and Link to secure the kill. Here we go. Another player going down extremely low. That's going to be Matilda gone and a Lord that is at half health. And it's going to start smacking their base. I don't think they're going to be able to hold on because Hayabusa's going down as well. To press from the outside, try to clear the way, but it's not going to happen. Area 77 is going to take us to the game too. A team wipe at the end. A nice little cherry on top of that Sunday there because Area 77 has officially secured game one of this best of three.
That, Area 77 just completely dominating. Completely dominating that game. I mean, they did a great job, and even at the end there, I just got talking about how Ruby has locked in Haas Claws, locked in War Axe. Her sustainability should be there. But that Lilia, man, she's just, with Necklace of Durance on, she's hitting all of them. She's hitting that Alice, she's hitting that Ruby, and then the rest of her team has the burst damage to be able to finish them out. And they're just not able to sustain. They're not able to last in team fights at all.
100%. I mean, we just looked at Lilia going, Lilia's stats there. 31% damage and 25% on the side of Lunox. I mean, these mages just really kind of just brought it home for Area 77. They all played fantastic. We got to give it to the show to, sneaking in those bushes and finding the picks. But overall, they played fantastic, and we see why they are the favorites in this bracket. We thought it would have been a closer game, and it was close for the beginning. But we'll have to see what happens in game two. Back to you, Dave.
All right, guys, welcome back. What a destruction, Area 77. I thought it was going to be a close match. I was totally dumbfounded by how prepared they are coming to today's match. They want to go to the grand finals. They want to go all the way to go against PTK. We talk about our Discord server, who has the best chance to go against PTK. Guys, leave your comment in the chat right now and make sure to follow our two incredible casters, T-Rex and Boca, with their social links in the chat right now, or follow them with their social links displayed on screen. But make sure to like, subscribe, and turn the bell on, because right after this match, we'll have two more lucky winners who's gonna take home another 1,000 diamond each. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're in North America and you haven't signed up for the M3 qualifier in North America, make sure to go ahead and do so with the link in description right now. M3 qualifier, it's an open qualifier that's available for everyone in North America. So if you have a team, you think you got what it takes, this is the time for you to step up and sign up with the link in description. With that, we're gonna go ahead and take a short break, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right, guys, welcome back to the North America Community Tournament once again. Now it's Area 77 1-0 ahead of their opponent, Team Tacos. Look at the Tacos might need a little bit more tacos to get himself ready for the next match. Are we gonna go see a Game 3 tonight? We shall find out, but I do remind you to go ahead and follow our incredible casters with their social links displayed on screen a little bit, and make sure to like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells so you can already join the giveaway. With that, I'm gonna quickly send it over to our incredible caster desk who are bringing to you the exciting match 2. Are we gonna see the match 3? We shall find out. Let's go.
You know, you asked me 15 minutes ago if we were going to a Game 3 in this series. I would have told you we're going to a Game 3. But just after that fantastic performance from Area 77, I think it's going to be a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, it might be, you know, Area 77 just beat them from front to back. They beat them in the drafts, they beat them in the game, and it just went on and on. Maybe Team Tacos can do a little bit better in this draft coming up right now, though.
Here we go, though. Area 77 does have priority. They are going to have the first ban in the first pick. Very standard ban. They don't like to play it, so they're going to ban out the Paquito. We're going to see Paquito banned out every single game. It's just nobody's going to get a chance to play it. No team wants to play against it. So what I'm curious more about is how is Team Tacos going to react to that game loss? How are they going to change up their bans? Because that Lunox looked extremely scary. And I would not be surprised if we see Lunox banned in the first 3 bans.
Someone needs to. They need to get rid of that Lunox. You know, I think that has so much. I said it last time, and I'm sounding like a broken record. It has way more priority than Roger. You know, get rid of the Lunox, because especially if the composition that
your team is banning.
Especially if the composition you are looking for is going to be sustainability like what you had last time, you need to get rid of that Lunox. You got to drop her, you know, and Roger's just not worth the ban right now. You know, they completely destroyed you with the team they just had, and it did not include Roger in any way. So why are you still banning it? Why are you getting rid of it? Take someone else out, you know, this is your last opportunity. Don't play the same game you played last time, because it wasn't even close. You know, I can understand if you were like, oh, we just got outplayed. It wasn't because of our draft. But you got picked apart, beaten down. I don't know. They took 1 tower, I think. I mean, it was a bad beat. They need to do something different. I do like the Matilda ban, you know, but honestly, they got Matilda last time. And they lost with it.
It felt like Matilda is just a must ban here, so
yeah,
we had to have seen it. The Roger, I don't see the reasoning behind banning Roger right now when you just got smacked by a Ling. It doesn't make sense to me why we're worried about Roger. I would have more so would have loved to see a Natan ban. And we just see standard bans from the side of Area 77 because whatever Team Tacos picked, it didn't matter. They had a dominant performance, and they're going to continue to have a dominant performance. So until they show us differently with their first picks on the side of Team Tacos, they're just going to ban standard from Area 77. Team Tacos, this is your chance. Now it's time. You saw what didn't work. So ban out the Ling, maybe at least over the Roger. Ban out the Lunox. The Lunox was scary, and at least it's a great ban to get away if you want to play that, Alice.
Yeah, just so many picks open right now, you know. I think here. I feel like 77 is pretty heavy on playing an assassin, so maybe leave Natan open. There goes the Lunox ban, but still, like I said, there's a lot of stuff open right now. There's a lot of things to be able to pick. You have Natan, Ling. You know, it's definitely, and Area 77 has first pick. You know, first pick here. They get whatever they want.
That's respect from Team Tacos banning the Lunox out. I feel relieved that they did that because it shows me they are being reactive. And there we go, the Natan being left open. Somebody I would have loved to see being banned over this Roger, and they said, okay, you know, we're gonna try our Natan out. We're gonna be seeing what works. I do like to see this Esmeralda counterplay because Mercy looked really strong on it last game. We don't want to give that over to him, so we're gonna pick it. You know, if we're not gonna pick it, we should ban it. That's usually the rule of thumb within your first 3 bans. And selecting that Esmeralda right after Natan is fantastic. We're gonna have to see what they end up going for with their second pick, because they do get 2 here. Now, I would like to see maybe something that could just lock up onto that Natan, and Hayabusa is a man for the job because, you know, Natan is all about his damage. You can't really damage him when he's invincible.
Definitely going to be hard to deal with him. Now, the only problem was last game, he definitely wasn't putting the damage they needed him to output. I feel like most of the other Farza was putting out a lot of damage. Haya really wasn't doing the greatest of job. Hopefully, he can do a better job this time. Now, as we're seeing, Alice coming on to the side of Area 77 this time. You know, I do like Alice as a pick, and with that Lunox gone, it's going to be a little bit easier for her to survive in the off lane. Wonder if Sherlock Holmes is going to go again for this Lilia. He does. I think, you know, right now, maybe an early pick for her. Because now you just, I think the answer to Lilia is maybe not pick as heavy as a front line. You know, they can answer back to this Lilia now. Towards last time, they locked that Lilia in as their last pick, and it just worked as an amazing counter to the whole comp of Team Tacos. And Team Tacos does answer back well to that Lilia with the Ling pick. You know, I think that Haya and that Ling pick are going to be very good in dealing with the back line of Team Area 77. If they can get to that Natan and get to that Lilia, it's going to be very hard for Area 77 to keep up.
We're gonna have to see what they end up, you know, picking here as well. The Lilia, it could have been, it could have been a little bit early, and I think it's just how comfortably he played with it. He said, "Listen, guys, I got 31% damage. Even if I don't do 31, I'm probably gonna do 20% this game. Let me select it." But you know what I love from Area 77? They understand. Okay, you're gonna ban out our Lunox, and we're gonna pick Alice because that's Alice's direct counter. The only thing left on the board is Saber, but I don't think they're looking for Saber when they already have Hayabusa on. So Area 77 is playing this draft at 200 IQ. It's almost insane the mind games they have in this draft. The Farsa ban is fantastic. They're probably going to look to lock this mage out because they understand that's what that's what Team Tacos needs to pick right now to counter this Lilia. And you're not going to be able to if we start banning out Farsa and we ban out some more mages. The Cho ban is, dude, these are the reactive bans we were looking for. Cho had so many fantastic plays in the previous game. So, you know, Cho he isn't usually one of the bans that you'll see unless somebody had a great game with him. And Area 77 had a fantastic game with him. Ruby, a great ban here. You know, it's something that they're looking for on the side of Area 77. They need that that sustained front line that can deal that physical damage, and Ruby was up for the case. And there we go! Kagura ban. I told you, they're going to ban these mages out that Lilia doesn't want to play into. They kind of, Team Tacos feels a little bit behind in this draft.
Team Tacos feeling a little bit behind, but honestly, I mean, just from these first three picks, Team Tacos isn't looking too bad. It really depends on how this Haya plays. We did see support Haya twice the other day in the mid lane. One time it did amazing, the next time it didn't do so great. Now we're going to see this Rafaela to add to the sustain of this Esmeralda. Not a terrible pair. It is a little bit squishy though, and they're up against this Natan right now who's going to be doing some insane burst damage quickly. We've seen Natan just tear apart teams. I mean, just completely shred them so fast and leave nothing else. I'm kind of a little worried that right there with that Raphael pick. I think now Team Tacos definitely falling behind because they just kind of lack sustain right now. They have a squishy Hayabusa, a squishy Ling, and now this Raphael to where even if she's not going to have the sustainability early on. You know, yeah, if you build her tank, maybe she'll do well mid to late game if she doesn't die at all, but that's going to be a hard thing to do. But now we see Area 77 bringing in a very strong front line with that Barat and with that Kufra, both with nice CC. We're going to see CC from Lilia, and we're going to see that second skill stun coming from Alice. Overall, I mean, now after seeing these final 5 picks, Area 77 definitely looking very strong.
They really are, and you know that Baratz is such a cherry on top for Area 77's draft because they needed that strong front line, and we have the Kufra to counter out the Ling. If Ling gets caught at once from this sneaky tank on the side of Area 77, we've seen him hiding in these bushes and making plays again and again. If he gets caught once, it's going to be a bad time for the side of Team Tacos. We do see Chang'e getting picked into Team Tacos to complete their draft. I like it because they need some sort of wave clear in the mid lane to stop this Lilia from building momentum. You know, on the side of Team Tacos, we have a lot of mobility. We have Ling that can jump up and down the map, Hayabusa with his dashes, and Raph to speed her team up in the team fights. But again, Lilia is going to be able to counter that by pressuring the waves forward. We're going to have to see what team is going to answer first with this pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we do have some mobility, but I think the goal right now for Team Tacos is to get around that Barats, don't get caught up by that Kufra, and take out that Natan. Maybe even get an early game kill or two onto that Natan. Because if Area 77 loses that early on, it's going to be hard for them to come back. That's their key player right there. Alberto right now, when we get to 10 minutes or so, if he's able to stack up, it's going to be over for Tacos. But if they can slow him down to the best of their ability, they might stand a chance here.
We'll have to see, because this is it. It's the do or die for Team Tacos. Do we get to see our first Game 3 of the tournament, or is Area 77 going to clean sweep Team Tacos? You know, it feels like they're going to use the pressure and the fantastic draft they had, but Sir Bossy, he doesn't want to get out of this tournament too soon. He's going to go ahead and just begin that burst damage onto the Alice. She's already extremely low, and they understand that harass is going to be there. So Kufra trying to find some things on the map, and you know he is. You know, he found that CC, and this is when he's going to be scary. Where he's at his scariest. He's going to be hiding in these bushes and looking for that CC, and Lilia's going to come in and deal that half damage onto their tank Raph.
Yeah, I mean, this is an important game right here. If Tacos wants to move on, they need to, you know, if they even want to show face here, they need to at least win this game. They need to do something, but it's going to be tough against Team Area 77 as we're already getting some nice rotation coming from them, you know? Area 77 knowing how to move, letting their Natan farm. And this is what I mean. Right now, Tacos should be taking advantage. Natan is alone, you know?
Yeah, I think it's just the reaction time from Area 77. They understand that Alice was losing her lane extremely hard. It's a typical day for an Alice main. If you're playing her early game, you're probably gonna lose your lane. So they go down. We have Kufra and Lilia go down there and smack this Hayabusa up a little bit to give her just a little bit more of an edge. Ling is bot side and Turtle is officially up. That information is going to be told to Area 77, and this is why they're starting it. They even know Ling is still in this bot side, so this is going to be a secure turtle for Area 77. This is what I'm talking about with their pressure. They are all around the map. There are plays being made everywhere, and as we see right now on the map, Team Tacos is trying to answer onto this Alice, but Alice has officially secured her level 4, so you're not killing her if you dive, you're only giving her more health.
Yeah, I mean, Team Tacos is just completely out of position for that turtle right there. You know, and those are... Normally when you're playing, you know, you should be telling each other, like, okay, turtle's up in 15 seconds. Everyone get ready to go there. But down goes Haya.
Here we go. Alice jumping onto the Hayabusa, able to find the kill. Ling having to pop the ult fake because he's trying to answer from one of his own. It's going to be able to, securing onto the Cooper. But look at the Alice immobilized, locking the Ling up. That's a 2-for-1. And you're happy trading 2-for-1 when you're trading that tank. So Area 77 continuing the pressure. It looks like Tacos wants to find something of their own, but look who they're trying to secure it on. A full stack Barat. He doesn't care. He said, all right, let's go, guys. Keep it up, because here comes Lilia with that damage. This is why they selected her. Bursting on to that Raph. You know, it feels like Area 77 is always a step ahead of Team Tacos here.
Definitely always step ahead. Just playing, right now, just playing a better game overall. You know, again, I feel like they beat them in this draft just like the last game. And they're doing the same thing they did last time. You know, they're just picking them apart, winning this game right now. Their gold lead's already increasing. They're already getting defeated. And it looks like we have some more things going now on in the top lane.
Yeah, it looks like there could have been something in the top lane that Tacos does not want to engage into. We are officially starting to see that gold lead on the side of Area 77. It is going to be 1,000, but keep in mind we're only 3 minutes in, so 1,000 gold lead is pretty impressive. 20 seconds on this turtle. Hayabusa has to recall and hurry up and get into position because Alice has her wave clear now. But as I say this, we do have a Chang'e ultimate popped on the Lilia. She does have the ultimate, so she's going to be able to get out. And even though it felt like Area 70 or Team Tacos found something there, it was actually Lilia bursting the wrap down. So now she's gonna have to recall. And look at the reaction times from Area 77. Kush is trying to find something onto this Lilia that still has holding on to that ultimate, but Area 77 is surrounding this turtle pit. Alice got her recall. She's gonna have a complete full bar of mana, but look at the Ling AoE damage there. Chang'e popped the ultimate as well. This may be a pick onto Barats, but Barats is just so tanky. The burn is going to secure him. There we go. That's a pick for Team Tacos. However, the turtle did go down in this entire fight. Natan is able to capitalize on one of the picks, grabbing that wrap, but you don't want to see that Barats going down. But listen, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Area 7 was able to grab onto the turtle, so thank God they were able to find that pick because it secures that 1,000 gold lead yet again.
You know, we're starting to see some items come in, and I really feel like Chang'e needs to lock in this Necklace of Durance as quick as possible to deal with that Alice, deal with that Barats. You know, it's going to be tougher there. And Team Tacos is just super squishy right now, man. They do not have any beefy heroes on their team, really, except for Esmeralda, and we're starting to see what they're paying the price for by doing that.
And they definitely understand these heroes are extremely squishy because look at Kufra diving under the tower and able to secure that kill onto the Chang'e. There's going to be no wave clear here, so this Area 77 isn't going anywhere, man. They're going to be pushing this wave in and securing this top tower unless Team Tacos can show us a miracle here. Barats popped the ultimate and barely able to grab onto that Esme. Esme is going to get caught into the back line, but it's going to be able to get away, luckily, but that is that tower. And that's that pressure they were looking for as we were talking about this Ling going down extremely low, but Alice has no more mana, so she is going to elect to run away. I'm going to try to find her, but Alice, with that teleportation bubble, will be able to get out of here. Kufra in the bushes, already proccing a skill 1 again, looking to knock some of these players of Team Tacos up. Not gonna happen. Team Tacos in the mid lane, looking for, looking to siege up this mid tower. They understand they've lost top, but mid is just that one they have to keep up if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, speaking of Lupin, he just does such a great job, like you just see now. I mean, such a great job at being patient and getting these engages when he needs to.
It looks like we do have another team fight breaking out because of that epic Kufra set. Hayabusa able to find the Lily in the backline is going to be a win for Team Tacos here, and he is getting chased down. Alice does have that fantastic skill 1 to chase him down, but Hayabusa has a dash of his own. He's at 1 health, and the auto attack just follows him through his clones and is able to secure a pick. So that's a 2-for-1 straight on the side of Area 77. Area 77 is not satisfied with that because they want even more. Locking that wrap up, wrap going down extremely low. Barats able to capitalize the kill, but able to be traded out to the Esmeralda. Finding that pick onto the Alice. We do have Team Tacos looking to find any pressure they can in the mid lane, trying to shove that in, but there we go. That's a 3-for-1 take, or 3-for-2 take, because they did lose to Lilia and they did lose to Alice, but that's a win. This is a game of inches now. They're securing kill by kill, gold by gold, 100 gold at a time. They are strengthening that lead, and that lead's almost at 2,000 now.
I don't know about inches, man. Area 77 is taking this foot by foot. They are just jumping ahead more and more, and just like last game, all that Tacos has taken is 1 tower in Sir Bossy's lane. Yes, Sir Bossy's playing a great game, but all of Team Area 77 is playing a great game. It's hard to pick an MVP. You have an amazing tank who has patience, able to sit in the bush and wait for the pick. You have Alberto just tearing them up right now with his Natan, who I don't think they should have let into this game, and now Sir Bossy might be going down.
There we go. We had the desperation ulti coming from the Hayabusa because he got locked up with the immobilized, unfortunately. But yeah, Hayabusa is going to go down. Area 77 was very quick to react. But here we go. This is what I like to see from Team Tacos. They understand that they lost Hayabusa on the bot side, so they are going to try to respond by securing that top tower. Area 77 has the exact same idea, and again, they are hungry for more, looking for this tier 2. This will be another win, absolute win from the side of Area 77. I think they're going to be able to secure it. We do have Team Tacos trying to respond, but yep, there's the man of the hour. That Kufra hiding in the bush said, nope, you guys are not going to be able to save this tower because I'm just waiting in this bush to find any of you who try to answer.
Yeah, I don't think, in looking at Alberto right now, he's 3-0-2, and that is not a place you want Natan to be that. I said in the beginning of the game that the only way Tacos was going to be able to withstand this is if they can stop him, slow him down. And they weren't able to. You know, they should have known the moment in the bot lane early in the game, they see Arsene, they see Sherlock Holmes by themselves. They should have known Natan was alone in the jungle and maybe try to get an invade, maybe try to get a pick off, but they didn't make that play. They didn't make that move. And now we're just seeing Alberto get these items in, stack up gold. I mean, he's by himself right now. Yes, the rest of his team is hiding in the bush, but he knows that his team has the stack. You know, he knows that he can get out there, do the damage. And yeah, Kush is doing a good job now. You know, Ling maybe not wanting to take these team fights and maybe come back by getting some split push in.
He's finding that push that Tacos needs, but you know, here we go. Area 77 understands they have a lead and that Tacos doesn't really want to take team fights right now. Look at the damage. Natan is officially online because I don't even think Team Tacos realized that Lord was going down. The extreme burst damage inside of Area 77, or at least go down that fast, because that Natan is online, and we saw that was maybe a 5 to 10 second Lord take. It's down, and now it's time for the second time tonight. Team Tacos is going to have to siege up, and it's do or die, all or nothing, because Lord's knocking at the base yet again. If you want to take it to a game 3, now's the time to show us, Team Tacos. But Area 77 does not. They want to end it here and now. They want to end this game and go to the semifinals. They're ready to go against Gen X.
Yeah, they're ready, and it is looking bad for Tacos right now. You know, I think Area 77, though, will probably play it patient, wait for this Lord to catch up, kind of freeze lanes. They have that mid lane. Clear that at the right time, like this Alice is doing right now, and let all the waves crash at once. They're definitely going to secure at least 2 towers, and if Taco messes it up, they might even take a game here.
Looks like we are going to have this final team fight of the game. Spur right about now. That bottom tower getting down not too low as it should have been with the Lord. You know, I'm going to have to say, great wave clear from side Team Tacos here. Nobody wants to take team fight yet. They kind of just want to chip these towers, and they're going to have another Lord wave to do so. This mid should be going down unless Tacos has something to say about it. Mid tower starting to go down, but Kufra getting ready. Look at that burst damage on Esme. Not going to happen. And you know, Team Tacos has to go back to the fountain to get their health back up. That's going to be another tower secured. Hayabusa popping the ultimate, immobilized onto the Alice. So this might be their chance, do or die for Team Tacos. But look, Area 77 does not care. But actually, Hayabusa is able to find a kill. But Alberto has one of his mind as well, because he's able to secure that kill onto the Raph. Esmeralda going down extremely low. Not going to be able to get secured onto, though, because Lilia did not have any more mana there. But as I say that, here comes Ling popping the ultimate onto Lilia. She already popped the ultimate. So that is a small win of many that we need to see from Team Tacos. They lost their towers, though, unfortunately. But at least they were able to trade out 2-1.
Definitely trade out some kills there, but still, they lost 2 inhibitors. It's going to be a tough game from here on. You know, that gold gap is looking at 4K right now. It's looking pretty rough for Team Tacos. We are starting to see that slight comeback with that last team fight, but then again, they were at their own base. So I mean, they have advantage. You know, that might have been why they got that slight kill jump on them. Though, one advantage that Team Tacos does have is they have that Chang ultimate. You know, and it's gonna help them survive some of these sieges. She's gonna be able to clear Lord quickly. She's gonna be able to clear lanes, and it's the only way that Area 77 is really gonna be able to get a finish here is if they get a nice 3 or 4 member team wipe.
I can't believe they just did that. How well executed that Area 77 play was on Ling, trapping him every single time. Again, look at the Kufra! Look at the Kufra engaging on the 2 of them, finding a beautiful ult. The Hayabusa out of desperation, popping the ultimate. That is 3 down, and we got inhibitor minions coming down the midway, but here it comes. Raphael extremely low, can't even get back to base. They are able to find an answer kill onto Alice, but I feel like this answer is too little, too late. Here comes the inhibitor minion. Natan is doing that extreme burst damage. Raph is still all the way outside of the map. And here we go. Area 77 in a 2-0 sweep. How clean it was is going to the semifinals against Gen X.
Victory!
What dominant? I can't say it was an amazing game because honestly, Area 77 just dominated. An amazing game from Area 77. I'm not counting out Team Tacos. They made it here to the qualifiers. They fought through 64 teams. They were one of those 64 teams picked out of another 700. So yes, they did a great job. Shout out to them. Shout out to all their members, Sir Bossy, Kush, all you guys. You played a great game, but you just weren't ready for Area 77.
Didn't really feel like they were. Look at that, Natan 6-0-4. He got the MVP that he definitely deserved. But you don't see this too often. We got the Kufra, we got the tank getting the gold, and he definitely deserves that gold medal. He was just making plays around the board. And to be honest, we got to see Kufra catch that Ling at the end and then bring us into a beautiful 5v4 engage by jumping onto the Chang'e. They lose that wave clear early, and that secures them that game 2 sweep.
Yeah, and I was looking at some of those stats at the very end there, and again, what two players got the most hero damage? Low skill player and Sherlock Holmes, both mages. Again, this time, of course, it was Alice and Lilia, but last time it was Alice and Lunox. Both players definitely, they may not be getting the most kills, but they're doing damage, playing amazing. It just shows the whole way, the whole game, all the team doing great. But before this last game of the night, let's get back to Dave.
All right, guys, welcome back. By the power given to me with the unmuted mic, we're finally seeing another 2-0 match. It's gonna be the history repeating itself one more time. We're gonna see a complete 2-0 domination through the whole evening, just like yesterday, or we're gonna see something different for the last match of the night. Area 77 taking on Gen X, two powerhouses in North America. Who's gonna be getting the ticket, getting the chance to go against BDK in the grand finals tomorrow? Who's gonna go to the 3rd and 4th place match, a bronze match tomorrow? We shall find out in the next match. And also, do not forget the giveaway for 2 more lucky winners who are gonna take home 1,000 diamond each. It's also gonna happen right after this break, so do not go anywhere. This is your chance to go to the restroom, refresh yourself, because the match of the evening is coming up. Make sure to follow our incredible casters with their social links in the chat, as well as the social tags displayed on the screen. At the same time, guys, if you want to join the giveaway, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells on YouTube. If you're watching on any other platform, make sure to share the stream with your friends, with your family. Get your grandma, get your grandpa over here to watch the stream. With that, I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to see you right back after a few minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hope you had a comfortable break. Hope you had a nice break. Hope you get yourself stretched out to get ready for the last match of the night to determine our second grand finalist and a bronze match contestant who will be taking on BTK toe-to-toe tonight. We shall find out in a little bit. But before we do that, it's time for a giveaway. For another 2 lucky winners who get to take home 1,000 diamond each. This is your time to now come to youtube.live, like, subscribe, and turn the bell on. This is the requirement for you to join the giveaway. And then type hashtag NACT in the chat. Remember to only type the keyword 1 time to enroll yourself in the giveaway. Do not repeat, because if you do repeat, anti-spam feature is turned on and you will be marked as ineligible in the giveaway. So make sure to type the keyword only 1 time to take home 1,000 diamond, to get a chance to take home 1,000 diamond. Not everybody can. But if you miss this giveaway, don't worry, right after this match, we have another 2,000 diamond giveaway at the end of the stream. So do not go anywhere. This is for you to stay here and then continue to enroll yourself in the giveaway to test your luck to see if you can get maybe not even 1,000, maybe 2,000 diamond. I don't know. You know, it's sometimes people get super lucky. It all can happen. Now, while this is happening, ladies and gentlemen, if you are in North America and you haven't signed up for the M3 qualifier, make sure to go ahead and sign up with the link in description right now. M3 qualifier is an open qualifier for every single player, every single team in North America. There's absolutely no restrictions. Over 500 teams get to sign up and play in this tournament for a spot to go to SCA to compete for the world title. This is your chance to prove yourself and prove your team. Make sure to go sign up right now, because this is it. This is the chance. M3 qualifier happening next week, right after our tournament tomorrow, a week from tomorrow. That's it. You know, this is the time to sign up. Do not miss the opportunity. Do not miss the opportunity to shine. So with that, let's go ahead and draw our first winner of the night of this giveaway. And it's going to be Gamer Girl with an incredible, beautiful profile picture. Gamer Girl, congratulations. Gamer Girl, make sure to type your in-game name, in-game ID, and a server ID in the chat, and you shall receive your diamond. In the next 2 to 3 weeks, you'll receive it directly in-game. So type your in-game name, in-game ID, and server ID in the chat right now. If you cannot do that, you can also screenshot our account and send it to our moderators in Discord. Discord link is in description as well. Gamer Girl, congratulations. Let's go ahead and draw our second winner. Our second winner of the evening is going to be Nianzi. Nianzi, congratulations. Nianzi, what an interesting name that is. Nianzi, congratulations for winning that giveaway. Nianzi, make sure to type your in-game name, in-game ID, and your server ID in the chat. Again, in-game name, in-game ID, and server ID. We need all those informations in order to process your giveaway. So make sure to type in-game name, in-game ID, and server ID. Congratulations to both winners one more time. With that, the next match, the most anticipated, long-waited after such a nice break, we have Gen X taking on Area 77 for the spot to go against BTK for the North America #1 in the community tournament. Who is it gonna be? I'm gonna quickly send it over to our incredible casters desk. Make sure to follow their social media so you can follow their future adventures and follow their live streams, follow their contents. I will see you right after this match.
Here we go.
Let's get it. Semifinals are upon us. We do have Area 77 versus Gen X here, and potentially, are we going to finally see the Game 3?
I want to, but you know, you never know what's going to happen here. I would love this to go to Game 3. I think both teams definitely have the potential to do that. You know, we saw some good play from Gen X. Of course, right now, the fan favorite is most likely Area 77, but this is the game that decides it. This is the game that decides who's going to go up tomorrow against BTK.
Well, we're going to have to see, because we are going to jump into the ban pick right now. But it is all right happening right now. Here we go. We do have Gen X as the first pick and the first ban. And they're going to go ahead and ban out that Link, because we saw how scary Link can be when Area 77 is on it. So that's just showing a little bit of respect. And Area 77, with their go-to ban, is going to be that first ban, Paquito. They don't play it, they ban it. So it kind of feels like BTK is phobious, you know? They don't want to play it, so they're going to go ahead and ban out that Paquito. And we'll have to see what Gen X responds with they got, I mean, you know, that Ling is a reactionary ban. They got to see how Area 77 was playing with it, so they're banning it out. And I think we're finally going to start seeing some controversial bans, but it's because they know each other so well. And I actually got the opportunity to talk with Area 77 before the games, and they were saying that, you know, Gen X and us, we're great buddies, and we've played before, so they all know the strengths and weaknesses of each team. So this will be a strong game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great game. You know, we still, you know, we got to see Phoveus one time. I would like to see a Paquito pick at some point. I don't know if any team's ever going to let him in, but we haven't really gotten the opportunity to see anyone play him yet. We did get to see Kaja played once. We have seen some of these bans slip through here and there, but it seems no matter what, Paquito is always left on. You know, Area 77 now firing back with that X-Borg ban. We still have 2 more bans to go. I'm wondering if we're going to see Matilda taken out and Natan taken out.
Yeah, there could be a Natan taken out. We'll have to see it just in about 30 seconds. We'll find out. But Area 77 has been just banning very standard, you know. The Paquito and X-Borg bans have been their 2 go-to bans every single game, and I think their 3rd ban might have been changed up a little bit, but they're banning very standard, and I think we're going to be seeing them ban standard until we get out into this game 1 and see what was working and what didn't work. But I don't know if anything's not going to work for Area 77 because of just the level of gameplay they brought to that first matchup was just. It was seen yesterday, but unseen today. The way they were able to capitalize on everything, everywhere on the map. If somebody was finding Killbot side, they were finding a tower. They were securing the turtle. If somebody was taking a tower on the other team, they were taking 2 towers. We do see that Esmeralda get banned out on the side of Gen X. And again, look, you don't normally see Esmeralda banned out. She can be banned out in the first 3 bans, but not necessarily. So this is another reactionary ban, and I'm loving this from Gen X. Phoveus makes sense they're banning him out. They missed the ban one time, they're not going to do it again.
But, you know, what's his first pick going to be? My guess, either Matilda or possibly Natan. I don't disagree with the Esmeralda ban at all, but we're going to bring in that Lunox. We know Yuan Crip is definitely a good Lunox player. We saw him last time, and we know that Area 77 also has some good Lunox players on their hands. But this time she's going to go over to Team Gen X, which is going to give them, it's a nice first pick. I think it's a really nice first pick. Of course, you know, there's probably some people that are thinking, maybe they should have picked Matilda, maybe should have picked that. But overall, I don't really think we've seen a team terribly lose that's picked Lunox. Area 77 firing back with hovering over that Leo Mord. I'm wondering if that's going to be what they bring in here. Would it be the first time we've seen him in this tournament so far? Nope, just joking. We're going to lock in this Natan, who's going to most likely be in the gold lane solo, which makes it even more interesting because Alberto locks in that Roger.
It's definitely this is definitely an interesting draft currently, but it's one that can work. And I loved him first picking that Lunox, and then Alice and Matilda answering back. Oh boy, are we in for a game 1, because these are some extremely meta picks here. And you know, if you pick Lunox, the other team can't pick Alice, and it's the other way around. If you grab that Alice early, they're going to counter pick with Lunox, but the counter is off the table. So how are you going to respond to this Alice that just does so terribly against Lunox when Lunox is on your team? And you know, Natan was a response to the Lunox, because they want him to have a successful gold lane. He'll be able to burst that Lunox down. You know, Lunox is known for her harass, but you're not harassing someone that can kill you in 2 shots. And are we seeing a Lapu hovered? You know, Mercy is United States #1 Lapu, and we are in for a treat tonight. This is going to be a fantastic game 1 semifinals after that Lapu pick.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this game. And honestly, I'm excited to see how the rest of this lineup goes, because the reality is we've seen Natan as a support. Because no matter what, he's going to get gold. He's going to lock in that emblem. He's going to lock in that support emblem. Whether he's running jungle or whatever, that's his best pick. Get gold as fast as possible. And he's going to... So, I mean, he's a flex pick. And right now, Sherlock Holmes is the ones on him. We know that Sherlock Holmes has definitely switched out with other members before. Has maybe just picked up a hero for a reason for someone else. But I'm excited to see where he goes, and it leaves Area 77 very open and able with their next 2 picks. They're bringing in this Hayabusa ban. Definitely not a bad ban because we have not seen a jungle picked up from the side of Gen X, though. Well, Gen X answers back by taking off some of these side lane options and possible tank options. We've seen Arsene Lupin play a great Chao tank, and I'm sure that any of their offlaners could also play Chao offlane. So I think Chao is an amazing ban on the side of Gen X because you're taking away 2 opportunities for the other team. Both teams definitely doing very good in this band. You know, I feel like we've been focused a lot on Area 77, but honestly, you know, we have this Matilda. We have this Lunox on the side of Gen X. Their ban is looking, I mean, their draft is looking very beautiful right now. It's looking very, very nice. I feel like right now with Area 77, they need to kind of build a little bit more. They have that Natan who's really scary, and they have this Roger. But, you know, who's going to be the filler here? Who's going to be another offlaner? What's maybe their tank going to be? I got to see the rest before I really can give it to them.
Yeah, we'll have to find out in just a moment because they are picking and they've got 40 seconds. You know, we do see that high-end Saber coming out because they're starting to lock away these junglers on the side of Gen X. That's the one thing that they're missing on this team. The Cho ban is 100% backed because, oh my gosh, the Area 77's tank just looks so strong with him in the bushes. But what hasn't he looked strong with? We are going to see the Wrath pick. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a tank. And we did have a Kagura ban over on the side of Gen X. Yeah, we don't want to play into that Kagura. The burst potential with her, she could lock up that Lunox, she could lock up that Alice, and even the Matilda from time to time. So I do respect the Kagura ban here. We are going to be seeing a Granger picked on the side of, it's at least hovered on the side of Gen X, followed by a Benedetta. That's strong. I just don't necessarily see your front line. You're putting a lot on Alice, and if you want Alice to be your front line, you're gonna have to get to that late game. So it looks like
what
Gen
do you think
X
this last pick's gonna be?
You know, the last pick has to be a mage. They could go Lilia here, to be honest.
I think maybe a nice offlane Harith would be really nice here. I think they need an offlaner. I think Sherlock Holmes may be going support, and I mean, I could be wrong here. Maybe they put Natan in the offlane by himself, but I think a nice mage offlane would be beautiful here.
Yeah, we'll have to find it. We do see a Gord being covered. This is definitely a troll. There's no way they're gonna go Gord into this, but yeah, it's going to have to be a mage here. They need some magic damage to round this team out. And look at you, we called that Harith pick coming in, and Harith is just so strong against Alice. You know,
it's just a great pick right now for this setup. You know, he's going to be able to get around, move around, and do damage in the late game and mid game.
100%. Yeah, we're gonna have to see what he can do against this Alice. You know, the burst potential on Harith when he gets matched up against her. He's the other counter. You know, if you can't get Lunox on your team, we're going to have Harith on the team. And overall, the drafts are very interesting this go around. It's not the most standard drafts. We have Natan in the gold lane. We have Roger in the jungle. And now we have a Harith Wrath mid. So I'm looking forward to a great game 1.
I think that Harith's going to be in the offlane, man. I might be wrong, but we're about to see in a second because the game is coming up. And I'm excited to see where they decide to go. Let's see. It definitely looks like Harith is going to be going to the gold lane. We're going to see this Natan as a support played by Sherlock Holmes. You know, I think that was a good play. I think Harith does really good in the gold lane. He's going to be able to get his items quickly, and he's going to be able to do something. Now, what I've really been wanting to talk about this comp with Area 77 here. You know, they have this Rafaela who is going to pair, and a lot of people might be confused by this Sherlock Holmes, by this Natan pick and this Roger pick, but it's gonna go good with Rafaela because both of them are front. You know, they're both gonna get a lot of movement speed. They're gonna be able to engage very quickly and jump on the team whenever they try to get these picks off. So I think as long as Area 77's off lanes can do well in holding their lane and rotating right, Area 77 looks good. The only problem with that Wrath pick is she's going to be squishy right now. She's going to be able, if she gets picked off too early, it will be bad. And we know the burst potential from Granger. And Gen X also having some great dive potential with that Matilda, with that Lunox, and with that Granger. Honestly, this game could go any way right now.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to wait and find out. However, this Benny's getting really low. They are putting the pressure on her, and we can definitely see now why they elected to pick this Harith side, because his poke is just ungodly. No matter who he's going against, and we have that Wrap being able to support. And now we see why Nathan is going mid. He's able to keep up with the wave clear of the Lunox and be able to rotate across for his team. But you know, it looks like Gen X wants to make the first play of the game with Granger on level 4. I don't think he's popped the ultimate yet. This might be a first blood. He's aiming it, but look at the Wrap tank. Fantastic tanking of the shots from the Raphaela, and Harith is going to be able to walk away. You know, he was wounded, but he'll be able to lick his wounds and fight another day. So he'll be able to come back to this lane.
Yeah, Gen X, you know, right there, we see that burst damage potential. We're only 2 minutes in, and we're already seeing Granger doing some heavy damage. And Area 77 definitely doesn't have the strongest front line here. You know, they're going to need to be able to maybe not play too crazy here, but Harith, you know, like I called, was able to get out of that. So if the offlanes can keep on getting out of these situations, they might have a chance. But we have a turtle fight here.
We definitely do have a turtle fight on our hands. Roger's going to be able to take it, and Alice tries to jump into the back lane, but it's actually going to be Merciless grabbing that first blood into the back line and grabbing the Granger. Benedetta is able to trade off, so you know, overall, it's going to be a win for Area 77 unless they have something else to say about it. Harith popped the ultimate onto Lunox. Lunox has to use late ultimate to get out, and it will be a 1-for-1 trade in favor of Area 77 because they were able to secure that turtle.
Yeah, what a great play by Area 77. You know, again, just showing the rotation. You can see in that replay, Harith immediately moving down, getting there in time to maybe even possibly secure another kill, but they ended up not even really needing him, you know? But still, I still love the fate, you know, just knowing that, like, hey, I need to get down there. And Area 77, always rotation is on point. Gen X, though, only 1-1. They have fallen a little bit behind in gold. They need to do something about this difference before it gets too far.
This is what we've seen time and time again. Area 77 do continue to pressure like the Anaconda. They're going to be constricting their prey. And you know, it's going to be up to Gen X to find a play soon to make sure that this gold lead doesn't get worse. We have a 1,500. This might be a start because we do have Harith going down extremely low. Benny popped the ulti, but Harith popped the ulti as well to answer it. Harith going down extremely low as well, so we do have a half health for each person. Matilda popped the ultimate is able to capitalize, but Lunox is able to kill him and make it a double kill because Rap is going down as well. We do have Lunox going to half health. This on damage is starting to look like it's online already, but it will be a disengage, and that is what we need to see from Gen X. They're now at the gold, or they're now at a kill lead, but they're only down 300 gold.
You know, and right there you see Lupin definitely not able to play the tank we've seen him play in the past 2 games. He's normally a lot more of a patient tank, waiting for the pick, waiting for the set. And when you're playing as this Raphaela, you have to be you have to kind of bring your team out, you know, and it's a little bit of a different play. Still though, Area 77, not letting that small thing set them back, they're trying to take another turtle and get their gold lead back where it was before, which they do. By now, reaching 900, items starting to come in, Lapu bringing in that War Axe, but Granger still looking pretty nice, keeping up, but the rest of his team kind of falling behind a little bit. But overall, it's not too big of a difference. Everyone's starting to get those first items in, and this is where I think things are going to really start getting intense here.
Yeah, we'll have to see, you know, and what a great response from Area 77 that was to just immediately jump on the turtle and said, okay, you know, we made a little bit of a mistake there on the top side. We lost 2 players, but we're going to grab this turtle and keep that 1,000 gold lead available. Harith is doing such a good job at keeping this Benedetta at bay because Benedetta is really in their prime when they're able to cut the waves. And as we say that, Harith pops the ultimate, but realizes that Gen X is quick to the draw, bringing all of their champions up to the top to try to take him, counteract that Harith. Harith's going down low, but you know what? They didn't realize that Area 77 was lurking in the bushes, and so now they have to contest this because they don't want the turtle going, or this tower going down.
Oh my God!
Down really low, is stunned up, Nathan extremely low. Lunox popping the ulti to get out, but you know this tower still hasn't gone down, so the dive is still going on. Area 77 looks like they're coming on top now. Merciless popping the ultimate. Lunox going down, Matilda going down, but Al's able to trade out and grab the Lunox on the other side. Granger going down as well. Only a 3-for-1 trade on Area 77, and they're going to continue this pressure because they won the trade on this tower. That is an overall win. They 2,000 gold lead now for Area 77, and that is the pressure that we've seen again and again from them.
Yeah, you know, for a second there, looking at this team fight, it just went back and forth, back and forth. And for a second, I thought Gen X had it because you've seen Natan get melted down, but Sherlock Holmes backs off, then re-engages, and then Granger comes in from the Gen X side. You think he's about to save the day, but Roger, smart enough to flank around the side, catch him from behind, and just clean up. And Area 77 definitely takes that match. You just see the overall movement of Area 77 in those team fights is just so clean. They know when to disengage, and they know when to re-engage. They don't just give up on a fight, they reposition, and then they get back in it.
But there we go. This is what I like to see in response for Gen X. They are able to secure that turtle. And Area 77 was trying to respond. When you lose a turtle, you tend to go towards the tower. They're trying to respond with the tower, but they're not going to be able to respond without a team fight. Harris going down extremely low. This Granger's damage is looking so scary. And it looks like they are going to back off at this tower. So that is a small win of many that Gen X will need to get back into this game. It really feels like Granger's online. He's 0-2, but that damage is just seen when he was able to burst that Harris to half health there.
Yeah, Granger's always going to be something you have to worry about. It definitely is. But it seems like Area 77 is playing a smart game. They went from a 1,000 gold lead, and now they have a 2,000 gold lead almost. So, Gen X, though, is keeping up. We've only seen one tower go down and on the side of Gen X in the gold lane, but in the XP lane, Area 77 tower also looking kind of low. So I think the game is still there right now, but let's see what happens with this next one.
Looks like Area 77 is hungry no matter where it is, rotating as a unit to find wherever the weak spot is to push some towers in, because this is a game of towers at the moment. Area 77 has already secured one of the towers, but Gen X has just responded with their own because of the great pressure of Benedetta. And you know what? They want more. They're hungry because they popped the ultimate and are locking onto the Roger. Here comes the Granger ultimate from the back line. Roger going extremely low, but is able to get out. Area 77 is on the back pedal here, trying to run away from the team fight because they do not want to take it. They have two players that are way too low to jump into this fight. Roger's going to try to get some buffs. Mercy doing some good poke damage on the top side, but overall we are seeing that Gen X is still in this game and how scary they were. I wasn't expecting them to jump into a team fight there, and look at the damage Benedetta's doing. She's only level 9, this Roger's level 12, and she's bursting him to half health. But it looks like Area 77 is like, okay, if we can't find any success bottom, we're going to look to take this turtle, and they're sneaking onto it. Looks like Gen X is starting to get an idea, but Mercy has other ideas.
From Mercy.
Ulti onto the owl, is able to capitalize on her as well, because Brass able to kill her, and we have Granger going down extremely low, so he's not going to be able to jump into this. Roger grabbing that turtle and securing it. We have, look at this battle of ultimates, the Lunox versus the Harris. Harris able to secure that and make it another one because we have Roger securing onto the Matilda. 3-for-0 trade and another turtle. That's that Area 77 that we know.
God, low skill player just jumping in there with that Harris ultimate, not scared, not worried, completely comfortable, and just dashing around, picking off hero by hero. Great play by Area 7. I've been a little worried. We haven't seen this Raphael pick do all that amazing recently. Most of the teams that have picked her have not won their games. And I've really felt like she's kind of, she was in the meta for a while with that support tank. But I've kind of felt like recently with some of the recent patches, she's kind of falling off. But Area 77 showing that she's still a viable pick and using her very well. Earlier we saw a team fight right before this last one when Roger was just able to escape so well. We thought Roger was about to go down. He was locked in by that Benedetta, but Raphael comes in, gives him a quick speed boost, gives him a quick health boost, which just helps Roger. He's already a nice dash hero, and it just makes it even harder to catch him. It makes it even harder to lock him down, So definitely big shout out to Area 77. I was a little worried about their team comp at first, but they're definitely doing an amazing job at pulling this team together.
Yeah, they're showing us why they picked this team comp, and now they're at about a 5,000 gold lead already over on the side of Area 77. This is where they are in their prime. Once they find that lead, and Gen X did a good job at delaying it, it doesn't go away. And with Lord coming up in 19 seconds, we really aren't going to see any gold lead get swapped unless Gen X finds a successful team fight before this Lord, or finds some successful picks, is able to capitalize it for it themselves. every time Area 77 gets that gold lead, they snowball it. You know, a second ago it was 1K, and then they had a great team fight that secured them a turtle. Now it's 5K, and we're jumping on the Lord here. We do see that Gen X wants to potentially contest this, and we're going to have to see if they can. You know, that Lord is getting bursted down really quickly because they have a Roger and a Natan on the side of Area 77. But here we go, because Gen X is not going out of this game one without a fight. They're going to lock into the team fight, but Harris popping the ultimate into the back line. We do have Raph going down extremely low. Lord going down low as well. We do have Lunox grabbing that kill onto Raph. We're going to have to see who got that Lord in the end. Double kill, making a triple kill for Gen X. But we do have the Lord for Area 77. That is going to be a quadra kill for the side of Gen X, and it's going to be a reset. Luckily, Area 77 did grab the Lord, the one that they were going for, but that's all they were able to get.
Yeah, you know, maybe Area 7. Oh, Harris also getting caught down. And Area 77 maybe getting just a little, you know, maybe the Lord definitely wasn't worth that. And, you know, maybe getting a little too overconfident there. They still have a gold lead here, but they're definitely, Gen X definitely getting back in the game. This gold lead is insignificant, and Gen X is closing that gap. Might be taking the lead as we speak, and also taking material, taking the towers, taking objectives. Gen X is back in this game, man, and this is what we've been wanting to see. You know, we've been seeing these 2-0 sweeps, but these are teams that have made it to where they got for a reason, and I am loving this right now.
Yeah, 100%. They've looked really good. And, you know, as I said, if Gen X wanted a chance to get back into this game, it was right there. And they showed us why they made it to the semifinals. Because for the first time in it feels like a long time, Gen X has now secured the gold lead. That 4K was nothing to be, nothing to be ignored, because it is now going to put them in the driver's seat, and we're going to have to see what they do with this lead. The Ranger has hit his level 15, but so is the Roger. And as the game goes on, that Natan is going to get online as well. But look, this looks like a team fight is going to happen. Now it's fine to Hera. The Hera tried to pop the ultimate to do damage, and now Area 77 for the first time is trying to run away from a fight they don't want to take. Here we go. They're chasing down the Raph, trying to burst. They're not going to be able to find her because of how mobile she is. But there we go. We see the danger of Gen X's comp here. We're seeing them properly snowball and find these picks that they want, and they're still hungry. They're still surrounding Area 77, keeping them constricted in their base.
Yeah, you know, I do see Harris doing something right now that might be a smart move. It looks like he's starting to build a defensive item, because lately, the past two team fights, he's been getting hurt very bad. And the problem with Area 77's team right now is they don't have anyone to really get in there and take damage. Yeah, they have Merciless, they have Merciless, they have this Lapu Lapu, but that's not going to be enough against this Granger and this Lunox and this Benedetta. You know, and Harris in that last team fight tried to get in there completely by himself, and I think that wasn't the best play. You know, he tried to get in there and he just got picked off so quick, completely takes Area 77 out of that fight, and they just have to run away and lick their wounds. You know, so maybe start building some defensive items on the side of Area 77, because you have no one to get in there. That Raphael's just not gonna be able to take the damage you need her to, and if she is, she needs to go in first, which might be what's happening here.
That's like we are gonna have a team fight going along the way, but Gen X soon figured out very quickly that they weren't ready to take that fight yet, because that would have been a 4v3. We had Benny top and Lunox mid, so Area 77's trying to find these sneaky plays, and they understand that they're not going to win this straight-out team fight, as shown in the Lord, because they are missing that front line. So they're trying to bait out this Raph and seeing if Gen X is going to bite, but Gen X seeing right into Area 77's hand there, realizing, okay, they're looking for a fight, but like they know they have the numbers advantage right now. And, you know, it's feeling so close. Whoever wins this next team fight, I'm going to have to tell you, is going to win this game, Lord or no Lord. And here we go, the team fight's breaking out, whether or not Area 77 wants to, because Matilda's burst damage is officially bursted Raph out of this game. Lapu jumping into the backline, but it will not be enough because he's trying to flicker away. And oh my gosh, we might be seeing Gen X taking game one, because that is 3 players down on the side of Area 77. They're going to go ahead and elect to back off here and look to take this Lord. But that is a win for Gen X, and Gen X has a significant gold lead and is now grabbing this Lord to knock at Area 77 stage.
Yeah, you know, they're just right now, they're not able to take the damage that they need to be able to take. They're losing these fights. They're a little split up when they're fighting, And, Lapu Lapu takes that huge dive into the back. And that probably wasn't a good idea for him because he immediately regretted it. Immediately jumped back there. His health shot down to 20%. And he had to jump all the way back to his team and try to get away, which he wasn't able to. Gen X now starting to take a huge gold lead. Kind of the exact opposite of what we saw in the beginning of this game. I'm wondering if Area 77 is going to be able to keep up. They have Lord coming. Will Gen X finish this right now?
We're going to have to see, and it really feels like this is the last-ditch effort, the final team fight, because we have a Lord crashing down bottom, and the Lord didn't get his charge off, so it's going to charge into the base. So Area 77 is going to have to find this fight soon. Otherwise, this base is going to get demolished. Luckily, they were able to turn Lord to the mid-side tower, but this is going to be the final team fight because we have Lapu in the back line. The immortality was popped on Benedetta, but Alice is able to secure the fight onto Lapu, making a double kill because Granger is grabbing that Natan and it's triple onto the raft. I think we're going to have Gen X win this game. There's only one more left. Roger's trying to run away.
Down.
Won't be able to. Here we go. Gen X, in an upset, has won the first match of the semifinals against Area 77.
Victory!
What a game. And that is what we've been waiting to see. Turnarounds, comebacks. These are the games that the people want. And I got to give it up to both teams. What a great performance on both sides. One of my favorite games I've watched so far of this tournament. I'm excited to see game 2.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see what Area 77 has in store. Maybe those bans are going to be a little bit different. And yeah, we look at the damage on the side of Area 77. The Harris was doing the damage. Unfortunately, it just didn't really feel like he was a part of that team fight. But I mean, the 28% is nothing to be, nothing to be ignored here. But what a turnaround from Gen X.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a big turnaround. They made it through that frontal assault in the beginning of the game, and they were able to last in and show the cracks and the weaknesses of the composition of Area 77. I think they did have a good comp, but really where they lost that game was that first Lord. They overextended themselves, put themselves a little too deep in the Lord pit, and instead of abandoning it, they all kind of hovered around that Lord and they took damage from him. So then after Lord was gone, Gen X just able to clean them up and completely turn around the game at that point. That was when everything shifted. They lost their lead, and with the comp that they have, they need that gold advantage. They need to stay at least 2K ahead. They need to take advantage of the items they have, because once they start falling behind, or once it's even, they have no defense against Team Gen X in those compositions.
Yeah, 100%. They really were snowballing that early game, and they had that 5,000 gold lead, which was that's very impressive to have in the early game. But then they quickly realized that Gen X's team fight was so much stronger because they were missing that front line on the side of Area 77. Back to you, Dave.
All right, what an incredible game. What a roller coaster, emotional ride back and forth versus Area 77, and Gen X took it back. Are we going to see the same thing coming back? Is this time for Area 77 to really put a pedal to the metal and step it up and take us to a game 3? So we have a best out of 3 series tonight. We shall find out. Before we go to the break, make sure to hit a like, subscribe, turn the bell on, because after this match, we have another 2 lucky winners who's going to take home 1,000 diamond each. So make sure to hit the like, subscribe, and turn the bell on. Follow our incredible casters with their social links in the chat right now. If you're in North America region, you haven't signed up for M3 Qualifier, use the link in the description and sign up right now if you think you got what it takes. With that, we're gonna go ahead and take a short break, and I will see you right back for the second match, for the match point for Gen X versus Area 77. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to the North America Community Tournament Day 2. Now we're in the second match between Area 77 versus Gen X, with Gen X 1-0 ahead. This is do or die for Area 77. What are we gonna find out in the next match? Make sure you get your popcorn, get your soda, because the exciting match of the evening is about to happen. And make sure to hit a like, subscribe, turn the bell on so you can join the giveaway right after this match. I'm gonna quickly send it over to our incredible, amazing, sexy, handsome, intelligent, all together caster's desk.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Dave. You know, this is do or die for Area 77, and something that I don't think either of us were expecting, or I don't think any of us were expecting Area 77 to drop this first game. You know, potentially they were supposed to, drop a game 2 and bring us to our first game 3, but do or die now.
You know, Gen X played a great game. They didn't fold under that pressure that we've seen so many teams fold under. So many teams, they start to fall behind and then they just crumble. Gen X did not. They fell behind and they took advantage of a couple slip-ups and then came back and won that game. And these are the differences that we need to see in these top plays. But now, in game 2, let's see if they can keep it up.
We are going to be jumping into the band picks in just a moment here. Looks like we're trying to get the game started. There we go. We have Area 77 for the first time, having the first pick and the first ban. So, maybe that could have, messed with their synergy a little bit. But again and again, we see that Paquito ban to start us off.
Typical Paquito. We're never going to see him play. But that's all right, because we see them play amazing with plenty of other heroes. And I'm wondering if we're going to start to see, last game, we saw that Ling ban. We saw some kind of choice bans, what we would call it. I'm wondering if things are going to change up. I'm wondering if we're going to see a slightly beefier composition coming from Area 77. Like I was talking about in the last game, Arsene Lupin not getting to pick a tank that we enjoy seeing him play. And I think maybe that was the plan. We had that Chow ban last time. They kind of picked apart him a little bit. So let's see if this time Area 77 will go for a bit of a bulkier front line like what we've seen them do in the past.
They definitely should. It really felt like he wasn't in his prime, where we've seen him with that Cho and with that Kufra, just epic end to the last game. So we're going to see that. And we do see, it is just going to be a standard ban across the board. We have the Paquito and Xborg. It's something that Area 77 doesn't like to play into. But here we go. We do have Lunox getting banned over on the side of Gen X, because they know that Area 77 definitely wants that, and it was one of the options for their first pick over on the side of Area 77. But what's good for Gen X is they won last match, so they're not changing their bans up too much, because what worked last match worked.
Definitely worked last match. I think at this, when you win that first game, you don't have to play too differently. But again, they didn't dominate that game. They could have lost. Area 77 just kind of overextended there in the end. So I do think, they still have to be on their toes here. And I think that's what that Lunox ban was. They know they don't want to let Area 77 pick that up. They respect that hero enough to get rid of it, get it out of the way. So, of course, we're going to see a slightly different game. We're not going to see the same exact thing we saw last time. And I'm excited to see what these first couple picks are going to be. What do you think we're going to see?
We do have that Lunox and that Cho getting banned out over on the side of Gen X, followed by Kaja on Area 77. So yeah, they just don't want Area 77 to play comfortably on their tank side. That Cho is just it would have been, I don't know if it would have been a great first pick. Esmeralda, I feel like, is fantastic here. It's something that Gen X banned last time because they didn't want to play it. And we know that Mercy and Low Skill will like to switch around with it and get it on. So as they hover it, they are going to select it. So we're going to have to see what Gen X is looking to counterpick here. We did see that Matilda hovered, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Matilda here, just because it was really strong. And we are going to go back with Sir Bossy picking the Alice. He played really well with it, and it's going to be paired with Matilda.
Yeah, we're almost seeing a very similar comp to the last time. From the side of Gen X, we do get this nice Esmeralda pick. Was it worth picking up the Esmeralda instead of that Matilda, though? I was kind of hoping for the Matilda pick, but we're seeing a pick that destroyed Matilda
Your
in
team
previous
is picking.
games. Sherlock's Holmes locking in that Lilia, and I think it's a good pick. We saw Lilia tear apart Alice, and we saw Lilia tear apart Matilda in their last game against the previous opponents. So maybe they can do it again. We'll have to see, though. You know, what is Gen X gonna respond to that? They can no longer pick any high sustain spell vamp heroes.
We're gonna have to find out. Yeah, but Lilia is just, they understand how comfortable they are picking this Lilia, and Roger found success.
Your team is
Wow,
banning.
there's just so many meta heroes that were left on the board that Natan is getting picked third into this draft, and it almost felt like he was banned because he hadn't been picked for so long. But I'm loving this draft from Gen X right now. We have a Natan, we have a Matilda, and since we banned out Lunox, we're going to select that Alice. So overall, their team is fantastic here. Both teams are still, looking for a little bit of a stronger front line. Obviously, Alice can be that girl for you, but we'll have to see what they pick. And I think going into this ban phase, we're going to see an extreme ban of tanks here, because we don't want to make that tank comfortable, because we saw what happened last time.
Your team is
Yeah,
banning.
they definitely need to be careful of this Natan. Every time we see him, he hurts. He's hard to deal with. Of course, he wasn't able, we did see him not win in the last game on the side of Area 77. So we know that Natan can be beat. We know that. We know he's not going to be the hero that whatever team gets him, it's an instant win. But as long as they can, like I've said previous times, the goal right now of Area 77, from what things are looking like, is make sure that Natan does not scale. Make sure he doesn't go 3-0 in the first 5 minutes. And if they can do that, and they can secure some kills of themselves, they might stand a good chance here at Area 77.
Yeah, it really looks like Gen X has selected
When
to
the
play
body
into that
suffers.
late game.
Your
We have a
team is
Natan getting
banning.
picked. We have an Alice getting picked that has that infinite scaling potential. And once these champions start getting their items online, there's no stopping them. And we really saw how strong Gen X's late game was compared to Area 77. So if Area 77 wants to win in here, or win in this game 2,
Your
and
team
bring us
is
to our
banning.
first game 3, we're going to have to see them, start to snowball in the early midst of the game. We see that Kufra ban coming out from the side of Gen X. I'm not too surprised. Those were his two star heroes over on the side of Area 77, where he was making those plays, and now you've locked him out. So I'm really curious to see what Area 77 is going to respond with for their tank here.
Yeah, they're really... Gen X is doing a great job at just picking apart Lupin's pocket. They're leaving him with not a whole lot to choose right now. And honestly, another thing I'm wondering about is what is going to be the mage on the side of Gen X. I'm guessing we might see a Farza pick here from You Crip. We've seen him play it. He's a decent one with it, and we've seen her be a popular pick. And because that's who, when we look at these final bans, A77 taking off an offlane and taking out that Yve. So we might see a Lapu Lapu in the offlane here. We'll have to see. We know that Matilda's going to be tank, so I'm kind of wondering what these final picks are going to be. It comes down to who's Lupin going to play as tank, and what are we going to have as this mage on the other side.
You bring up a great point that Gen X is looking for a mage here, and something that we have to address is that when they pick this mage, and it was
Your
a
team
Farsa,
is
so you were on fire today. Where is their attack damage? There's going to be some on the side of Natan, but this is a highly magic damage comp, and we're going to need to see, quite a pick 5 on the side of Gen X to show us where their AD is going to be at. And with that Popo selection on Area 77, that's the smart route. Let's make sure we have information across the map, because they've been responding to information so well over on the side of Area 77. When they see someone's out of position, their entire team is rotating and creating opportunity for their team. So Popo and Koopa will add on to that opportunity, because he'll be able to find information faster than anybody else will. Hayabusa getting picked. We'll be going
Your
into the
team
side
is
lane, and I like this because they have quite a flimsy backline currently. And if he can get onto that backline and eliminate this Farsa, it's going to, start to deter that team fight that Gen X is looking to take.
Yeah, it's definitely... there is one here that's open right now in the offlane, and that is Phoveus. And right now, If Gen X picks it, it could look pretty bad for Area 77. But like you said, and I can't believe I forgot about that Popo Koopa pick. Definitely going to be a solid tank to bring into this game. The only thing is we get that Saber pick, and I'm guessing Saber is going to be in the off lane here, probably gold lane. I'm not super comfortable with what lane you exactly put, because you do have that Alice. So I'm a little excited to see where everybody goes. One thing I do have to mention, though, that I forgot about in the very beginning, I kind of understand, it just clicked for me, that Esma pick in the very beginning. Esma is actually a decent counter against Matilda, and maybe that's what she eats shields. You know, her hits take away shields, and Matilda gives the whole team shields. And so now it kind of makes sense. Maybe that's why we choose that pick immediately instead of Matilda. Like, let's maybe bait them into this Matilda pick, because we're going to go Esme.
I think that's exactly why they did it, because they didn't want to ban out the Matilda, because they had other bans in mind when they were banning their first couple of heroes. And you know, that's why we know that Area 77 didn't want to play it, because they want Arson to be on a stronger tank or a more active tank than Matilda will be for him. We know he likes those up close and personal tanks, and we're gonna have to see if Area 77 can hold on and bring us to our first game 3, because it's going down right now. Gen X is in the lead, and we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is gonna be a game that's extremely important, because if Gen X win this, they're going to the finals up against BTK. Area 77 having a lot to show as one of the fan favorites of this. You know, they need to win this game and try to make it to a game 3. One thing I want to make a note of, I love watching Assassin versus Assassin in the top lane right now. You know, we have this Saber up against this Hayabusa. What a sight to see for game 2 on this game. This is what we enjoy, you know. I'm super excited to see how this game goes.
Look at it, they're just both tapping each other a little bit, getting any amount of poke they can, and then getting out. And you're right, you know, both of these heroes can kill each other in a heartbeat. And we're just got to see who makes the mistake first. But it looks like Popol doesn't want to make any mistakes with Hayabusa, because they're diving really deep and grabbing the first blood onto the Saber. Completely unexpected, but look at that. That's a great start for Area 77. 1,000 gold lead already, which should start to dwindle just a little bit. But there we go. First minute of the game, and we already have our action. Hayabusa finding that kill.
Yeah, that was a great pick. Great rotation. You know, we see Popo Koopa coming up. And it just goes to show, you know, most of these teams that have picked Popo and Koopa haven't been able to get any great picks off until he gets to level 4. But with that Lilia combined, you know, the CC from both of those heroes, it's going to be something that Gen X is going to have trouble with. But
matter of fact, Area 77 is grabbing picks all around the board, because Roger's diving onto that Alice before she can get level 4 and kill her. But you know, Roger's now on the back because he has to stay alive so they can secure this turtle. He won't be able to do that just in fact. As a matter of fact, Fars is on the back line now too. About to go down. Lucky that Aegis is just going to save her. But you know, this should secure the turtle for Area 77, because all of Gen X has to run back to base and heal up, but they're hungry for even more. Look at that. Lilia finding the pick onto the Matilda. That is 100% going to be securing the turtle, and I just love Popol pushing the Ton off of his own blue buff while Area 77 secures this turtle. This is what we needed to see, and look at this gold lead 2 minutes in. The tower hasn't even been taken, and we're almost at a, it's gonna be a 2K gold lead.
You know, Area 77 definitely having the early game advantage and taking advantage of it. You know, I love watching Sherlock Holmes play this Lilia. He knows how to play aggressive in this early game and just apply pressure, slowing down the team, slowing down the enemy team, and getting the picks that he needs to, and just overall doing a great job. And with that, you know, like I was talking about, Natan's going to take a second so he can really do what he needs to, but a big engage coming in from Esmeralda.
Matter of fact, Esmeralda is hungry for even more. Popping that ult on the Farce and using the flicker to grab her. I didn't even think, oh wow, she grabs the Farce. The Farce is completely deleted out of this match. And matter of fact, they're finding picks across the board, because Hayabusa found another pick onto this Saber. Area 77 understands that they lost that first game, and now they're out for blood. They're upset. They knew that game 1 was in their hands, and they're not going to let game 2 slip up, because they have a 5-0 lead in the kills.
Yeah, we are only 3 minutes, 40 seconds in, and already Area 77 taking a huge advantage. But, this is what we saw last time. Area 77 needs to continue these smart plays, and when it gets to Lord time, don't do what you're doing now. Play smart. be patient. When you have a huge gold lead like this, you don't need to attack all the time. You know, if you let them come to you, you're guaranteed to win the team fight.
Yeah, you really are. And it looks like, you know, Area 77 just, they don't want to be patient at all. They're hungry for these kills. You know, they understand they have the lead and they want to take the fight. That's exactly what they do because you Hayabusa, not even in a team fight, just finding a solo pick up on the top lane. He's having a dominant game. Gen X getting out extremely low, but not wanting to give this up just yet because Barca can definitely burst a couple of these players down. Alice has to recall, so does Matilda. But yeah, Area 77 extremely hungry. That's going to be a first tower going down over on the top side. This Saber really has not been able to find anything. As a matter of fact, we have Area 77 pushing out bottom. And Alice, you're not going to be able to contest this with 4 members here.
Yeah, this is, you know, already, gold plates are still up, and they are already taking towers, but maybe Gen X has something to say about this.
They're looking like they tried to respond, but just not fast enough because Roger was able to secure that turret. And now we have the bottom turret and the top turret already gone. Rex, we have almost a 5,000 gold lead in the first couple of minutes here, and it's only going to get worse if Gen X can't find anything on this turtle.
Yeah, Gen X definitely needs to back off here. They need to let that Natan farm. Luckily, Zia, the one playing Natan, has not died yet. So that could be their saving grace here. If they can scale him up, they can maybe answer back when we get to around this 10, 11 minute mark. But I don't know if Area 77 wants to let it go that far. They don't think they need a Lord here.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to let us. You know, they're keeping the pressure on Gen X. You can tell Gen X is feeling it. They're all hunkering down and just grouping up because they're not trying to make any mistakes. They even see Regrets is a little overextended here. They're not going to be able to capture on him, but look at the pressure Area 77 is keeping on Gen. They're not even safe in their own jungle. You know, it really feels like Natan is having to fight for every buff and minion he takes in his own jungle. Luckily, he hasn't gone down yet, so he has been keeping his farm up, and he will be that saving grace for Gen X, but they're not going to allow him to because Hayabusa popped the ultimate on the Alice. Won't be enough. We are going to see a Barca ultimate in response, but Merciless was waiting for that Barca ultimate, and so was Roger because we're securing a kill onto Barca. There's no way Alice is getting out of this. That's going to be a double kill for the side of Area 77, but they're not satisfied with that. They want that and more. They see Gen X is low, and Gen X will not be able to respond to his mid tower. That is complete control of the map now for the side of Area 77. 44 seconds, you know, it feels like a Lord's popping up, but that's just another turtle.
I mean, we are only in the beginning, and this is crazy. I mean, look at this replay. Look at the rotation coming in from Roger and this Popo. Esmeralda's jumping in. I mean, the plays right now from Area 7, they're doing an amazing job. Once they broke down those outer 2 towers, they know that they can start getting in their jungle even more. And like you talked about pressure earlier. Area 77, that Lilia has just done such a great job at knowing, like, I got my ultimate. I can get away. Like, I am going to harass you and give you so much trouble in the Natan that you're not even going to want to try to take your own blue buff. And that's what they're doing here. Pressure down.
Here we go. It feels like a last-ditch effort for Gen X, and it's not really looking like it's going their way because Barca is going down almost immediately, and Lilia's going to be able to capitalize on that Matilda. That's another tier 2 taken. And you know, I would have told you to go to Lord, but Lord's not even up yet. So they are going to look for more. That's another kill on the Natan finally dying, and Regrets getting down extremely low. This could be a flawless game from Area 77 here.
I would, you know, I don't always like to see wipeouts, but if it's a flawless game, I will enjoy that. You know, and we did see Gen X win the first game, so I got no problem Area 77 winning this game and taking it to game 3, because that's what it's looking right now. That gold lead is now almost 10,000 in another team fight.
77 is just so hungry, jumping onto the Barca. Saber jumped on as well. Lilia finding that Matilda and also the Alice going down. There's only 2 members on the side of Gen X, and Area 77 is not looking for any other objectives besides this mid lane. And it's gonna be up to the Natan and Saber. Take down this cannon minion here. Luckily they'll be able to, so Area 77 says, alright, listen, we don't have a wave, so we're gonna back off, but we're not backing off with nothing. We're gonna grab these buffs here. This is 14 kills to 0. Area 77 just looks so fantastic in this game too.
Yeah, they are just outplaying them. And it's like normally my commentation would be Gen X really needs to hunker down here and, you know, just play safe. But Area 77 isn't even giving them the chance to play safe. They can't even tower hug right now. They can't even hide in their base because Area 77 is all over them. You know, the only way that it seems Gen X is safe right now is if they sit next to their Nexus. There's no way they can contest this turtle. There is nothing they can do. They need to hope. They need to pray that maybe Area 77 makes a mistake here.
Well, now Gen X is time to siege up because with that mid tower going down, there's no way they can respond to this turtle or this lord. And you know, this lord's going to be crashing right down mid. And it kind of just feels like that's the same thing that Area 77's been doing. So we're going to have most likely one last team fight. Can we even call it a team fight when Gen X has been unsuccessful in finding a kill in this match?
Yeah, it's not. Like, this is honestly I thought they were going to finish it before the Lord came. I thought we were about to have a new record in the fastest game, and let's just get into this. No more things to talk about.
Matter of fact, they don't even want to wait for this Lord. They're already going to secure a pick onto the Matilda. Hayabusa ulting onto their back line. Gen X playing extremely scared here. Going to have to run back to that fountain. But Popo is a little bit low here, so maybe they might be able to find a pick. But that Lord hasn't crashed at all, and we have the Lord waves crashing side by side. Here it comes, Esmeralda jumping in the back, but is it going to be caught? That's going to be the first blood, or first pick found from Gen X to the Saber. But Bossy getting down extremely low here. Roger able to capitalize and trade one of his own. Hard to bounce the ultimate, but Roger double kill. Lilia able to find another one. That is a full wipeout, and Area 77 is taking us to our first Game 3 of this entire tournament.
I've got chills.
Victory!
What a victory there. And even though there was a final kill, a final 2K, 2 kills coming from the side of Gen X, that was still a flawless victory in my opinion. Area 77 telling them that that first game was a fluke. We are here to play, boys. We are going to our first Game 3 of this tournament.
What a game that was, man. I just have nothing to say but well played to Area 77. 20-2. They didn't lose a single tower. They unfortunately lost 2 lives. It was almost a flawless game, which we should not see flawless games in this tournament. You know, there should not be a flawless game. Luckily Gen X was able to grab 2 kills. But if I'm Gen X, you know, I hopefully the nerves don't hit them because that was just an absolute slaughter. That felt like BTK Game 1 yesterday.
Yeah, that did feel like BTK Game 1. But, you know, these are top teams, and sometimes I think you will see things like that happen. I feel like Gen kind of lost. We thought they looked really good in the band at first, but overall, you know, they started off losing that top lane. Regrets losing that top lane, and I'm speechless. I'm completely speechless by the way that game went down. Not something I thought I would see, but we saw it, and I'm happy. You know why? Because you know what's happening next.
Game 3, baby!
Game 3!
Yeah, no, seriously. Area 77 just really understood how to put the pressure on that time. And they did it well the first time. You know, the first game, they applied the pressure and they won that early game lead. But this time, after winning that early game lead, they did that and so much more. A 20-2 absolute wipeout of a game, a 10-minute game, only 40 seconds longer than our game with BTK previously.
But I mean, yeah, it was beautiful. But we got to get to this next game, so let's give it back over to the Dave.
All right, guys. What an exciting match this is. What an exciting match. That was the first 1-1 so far. So we're finally going to get to Game 3, just like Boko was saying. Before we get to the next match, make sure to smash the like and subscribe and turn the bell on to all notification bells because we're going to draw a giveaway right after this third match. 2 lucky winners will take home 1,000 diamonds. For the way for you to join that giveaway is to hit the like, subscribe, and turn the bell on, and make sure to follow our incredible casters because this time we're actually not going to take any break. The teams are ready. The match are going to happen. Hopefully you're ready. Make sure to share the stream, follow our incredible casters for all the future events that we'll be casting. I'm going to quickly send it back to our incredible, amazing, handsome caster's desk.
What a way to start Game 3, Rex. You know, with no breaks, let's go. I'm excited. It's going to be the final match of the night. And you know, look, whoever wins this is going to compete for that grand prize of $4,000 against BTK.
You know, me and you talked before this tournament. We've been waiting for these moments of pressure, of feeling, because that's what gets us hyped up. That's what gets us wanting to do this. This is why I love casting. This is why we love doing this. When we get to these game 3s right before the finals, you know, who's going to make it? Honestly, I can't say, because Gen X did make a big comeback. And though it looks like Area 77 is still the fan favorite, I can't give it to either team. I've seen Area 77 make a mistake. I've seen Gen X do amazing. So let's see what happens here, Boca.
When you get into the ban pick in just a second here, and yeah, we're gonna have to see. You know, Gen X is gonna have that first pick in that first ban, and you're completely right, because Gen X secured the first game and Area 77 secured the second. No matter if it was a stomp in the second game, and no matter how close it was in the first, both teams have won a game. We've seen that they both can win a game, and that's why we love these game 3s. And I'm so excited to cast our first game 3 of the tournament, because both teams have a shot, and we're going to have to see what Gen X is going to pick here for their first pick, and we see Area 77 banning out that Lunox instantly.
You know, I think we're finally getting to a point in this tournament
Your team
where
is
Lunox has
banning.
been respected. You know, we're finally getting to a point where we're starting to see some bans that I'm enjoying seeing, you know, and I think we're going to continue to see some of these bans. You know, we're seeing Gen, they don't want to go up against that Chow. And I think they have been doing a great job about going up against that Lupin. But now, you know, I've said it a few times, don't ban Roger. But after seeing Alberto play Roger in that last game, you know, as long as he has a decent front line in front of him, we did see Roger fall in the past game. So I still don't know if Roger's really the ban you want, because they know that they can't beat him. They beat him in the first game. They lost to him in the second game. But, you know, we're seeing change-ups. We're not seeing the same exact picks. We're not seeing the same exact bans. Esmeralda coming in this time, showing them some respect to that from the last game. I don't even know how things are going to go.
We're going to have to figure it out, but that, you know, let's just mention something real quick. Area 77 in the past 4 games, the entirety of this tournament, has banned Bakito first. And they've understood.
Oh my god!
They do not want to play against Lunox. It is now. We are making history, boys. Lunox is going to be the first ban on the side of Area 77. But this brings something actually really interesting. Because they banned that, and this is why their ban is taking so long. They're trying to figure out whether they want to ban Matilda or Bakito here, and it is going to be Bakito. You see how Gen X banned out Esmeralda? Now, we can definitely see a Matilda first pick, which they're actually not going to decide for. They're going to go with the Phobius. Phobius, when we got to see him one time this tournament, and he was just a monster.
Dunking. He's dunking on him. You know, I think, but we also have this Kaj open, man. We have this Kaj open, so we're seeing some picks that we don't normally get to see because they've been banned. And that's the great thing about this ban system, you know? You have to switch up sometimes, but that lets in other heroes, and that's why these teams with large hero pools come out on top, because they can immediately switch up and play something else that they're amazing at, Poca.
What is going to be interesting to see is if they were to select that Kaj, if they go and elect the Roger, it's still sort of interesting. Both of these heroes have dashes, and Phobius will be able to capitalize on those dashes.
Yeah, it's
we know Alice is a great pick here because we've already banned out that Lunox, but there's still counters on the table for Gen X, and I would argue that Phobius can be one of those counters.
Yeah, Phobius can definitely be a possible counter. You know, he's gonna have some great sustainability in the game and gonna be able to really focus down on that Roger if he wants to. I mean, they're gonna need an answer, and Esmeralda's gone, so there's no eating up his shield, and Esmeralda is an amazing counter to Phobius, but that is not an option right now. So, you know, it's looking rough, and in comes that Kaja and that Yve pick. You know, it is a lot of magic damage, but still, Gen X definitely doing very good in this draft right now.
Let's talk about these picks real quick. But that is just an absolute scary pick, and let me tell you why. We have now a Yve on the board for the side of Gen X. You know, Phobius does such a good job is at once they're winning team fights, he's able to, ult onto the back line and ult onto these people that are trying to run away. But now we have them locked, and they're going to be required to flicker out of the Yiv ult, and Phobius and Yiv are just going to work so well together. Kaja, just a fantastic side laner as well. He'll be able to find, start and initiate some fights that maybe Area 77 doesn't want to take. And then we have Yiv pop her ultimate, and Phobius chase the rest of Area 77 down.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. And right now, it looks like Gen X is winning this ban. I'm wondering what's going through the heads of Area 77 right now. Like, okay, do we just pick a very strong early game and try to wipe them like we did in the last one? Or do we just try to obliterate through them and finish this in 10 minutes or a little bit more? Because it's looking tough for them. They bring in this Natan ban. I think it's a good ban. We know right now that Gen X is going to be looking to pick up a hyper, pick up a jungle role. And we definitely don't want to see Natan on that side with that Kaja in the front line and with that Phobius jumping around. So I think maybe their best bet is don't worry about the offlanes. Let's dwindle down their hero pool for their jungler.
Yeah, this is smart. I love this ban out from Area 77. And there we go. Matilda was still an option. And that's crazy. It felt like she was banned because nobody picked her yet, and she was definitely a great option over on the side of Gen X. So it makes sense they're gonna ban her. I would have thought they would have banned out some more junglers. Natan, obviously, we all don't want him playing on the side of Gen X if Area 77 is to win this. But Lilia, it's not a ban we necessarily see all the time, but we're banning out Lilia here because we know how strong Sherlock Holmes is with it.
Yeah, definitely some respect to that. And and that would have done decent. That could have helped against this Phobius because of her Necklace of Durance. Would have slowed them all a little bit down also. But again, Gen X showing that we're here for a reason too. We know how to ban just like you guys do. And again, man, I'm wondering what these picks are going to be. Sherlock Holmes going to need to bring in a mage. Is it going to be a Farza? Is it going to be something like that? We see Merciless. Pick a comfy pick. Bring in that Lapu Lapu that I've heard you talk about so much, Boca.
He will be able to pick his Lapu Lapu. And we do have a Raph hovered for the side of Gen X, which in this draft is actually a good pick because they have a front line now. We have Phobius, and it's so hard to kill Phobius. If I'm Sherlock, I would like to select a Farsa here. Farsa's not going to be dashing to get out. She has that mobility, and she's able to just sneak some ultimates onto Yiv and counter out Yiv's ulti here. We do see the Granger getting locked in from Zia, and he's played a heck of a Granger game in the past couple of matches. We've seen his burst potential. We might be seeing a Kufra, and I think I like this Kufra pick even more than the Raph pick because if Kufra hits a set, I mean, this team is just such a team fight comp. I don't think we're going to see the end of it for Gen X, or for Area 77.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We see that Farza pick come in, but is it going to be enough, We do have two nice zone heroes. This will be helpful, kind of responding to that Eve pick. Like, all right, we're going to pick the first Eve, Farza, We're going to pick something we know Sherlock will probably be comfortable with. Arsene Lupin deciding to go for, I really like that Popo pick instead of going for Cooper or something like that, because you didn't want to pick, and instead of going for the Matilda pick, because you don't want to fall into the hands of Phobius here. You want to pick more of just fighters here, someone that doesn't have to dash around. So I do think they responded well to that Phobius overall. I think that Granger pick that Roger pick may have been a little early. We've talked about early jungle picks and how it's definitely not always been the best thing to do, but this is it. Game 3, deciding who's going to go to the finals against BTK. Are you ready for this, Boca?
Absolutely ready, and so excited to cast our first Game 3 of the match, but pressure's on the line. Everything's on the table for both teams. Whoever loses this match they won't be eliminated from the tournament because they will be able to play for 3rd and 4th place, but they will not be able to go against BTK for that grand prize. So I know pressure is on and hearts are racing. Adrenaline is up in this Game 3 for both teams.
Yeah, this is it. This is for all the not for all the marbles, but this is going to decide who goes on. we're starting to see Area 77 maybe apply this early game pressure that I said they may want to do here. You know, are they going to go for these invades? Are they going to try to take this game before Gen X gets the chance to get that Phobius and get that Granger where they want it to be? Though we know Granger is gonna, you know, he's gonna scale quick. And without the Lilia that they normally run, they're not able to do the invade that they normally do. Though we do see Popo kind of still harassing, giving vision. But will that be enough for Area 77?
Absolutely, we'll just have to wait and see. But you know, that is the beauty of picking the Popo. Is he's gonna be able to find vision, he's gonna be able to find harass, and he'll do the job that Leo was supposed to. And, you know, I'm loving this harass from Farsa. You know, luckily Yev was able to back before a wave was crashing, but Farsa is just keeping the pressure on, and she's definitely doing, and Sherlock's definitely doing a great job. Even though he's not on his comfy pick like Lilia, he's doing a great job at keeping the pressure on. And with his wings by wings, he'll be able to rotate around the map relatively quickly. We do see that Regrets was trying to make a little bit of a steal there. That's not going to happen, so, you know, we're just going to go back to farming.
Yeah, and I like the patience of Regrets there. He's like, nope, because he did just hit level 4 while that fight was going on. He's like, nope, I don't want to take this fight. There's 2 of them. I'm going to sit back. This is the final game. Both teams definitely, you know, not wanting to push their limits here. You know, no one's playing too crazy. We don't see any huge gold lead. No big team fight, but this could be it for the Turtle.
Here's that team fight I was talking about, because Phobius jumps into the back line. He was completely unseen. First blood, grabbed onto the Rogers. That's going to secure the Turtle for them, but actually not if Floppo has something to say about it, because he's going to be able to find a pick of his own, and Alex is going to be able to grab the Kufra. So this is a complete turnaround for Area 77. No team is going to be able to grab the Turtle, and the Alice skilled one is able to get her out, and somehow Area 77, when it looked dark for them, they were able to bring that team fight back, and that will be a win for them. That's a strong reset. You know, it looked like Granger was going to be able to secure that Turtle, but Area 77 had other plans, and they were able to latch onto him.
You know, I was so nervous for a second when I saw that evil ult go up right around the Turtle. I was like, oh, this is it for Area 77. I was like, this is GG. They're out of the tournament. But they turned that fight around so quickly. They were able to just completely take advantage of where they were at, re-rotate. And this is what I talk about with Area 77 so much. They know how to disengage and re-engage, but we have another one.
And they're going to have to re-engage here because they did lose the Turtle. Everyone going down extremely low. Gibb is going to be the first to fall, but followed by really quickly is going to be that Popol and Koopa. Koopa is getting extremely low, is going to be able to disengage, but now Area 77 is on the back pedal because they are all extremely low on the side of Area 77. Gen X, that's going to be a win for them because they were able to secure the Turtle. But it was overall a good trade, and I gotta give it to Area 77 currently. The composure they're keeping with this team fight from Gen X, locking them in the Turtle, and Phobius capitalizing on kills.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, and even though they lost that Turtle, they still have a gold lead right now. You know, Alberto just does such a great job at moving around the map, taking these gold crabs, taking every objective possible, taking his jungle camp, and then engaging in fights. He makes sure his team, he makes sure his gold stays where it needs to be. So even if he lost a Turtle like we just saw, he still has the lead right now.
Absolutely. Up 700 gold to Area 77 is, and you know, Gen X, look, it's only 700 gold, but you gotta be realizing at this moment, okay, we can't let it get worse. And you know, with Barton locking up that Kufra and popping the ultimate on him, it may just be that because Kufra is gonna fall. Gen X is trying to find that kill on the Alice, but that's just the beauty of Alice's Blink. She's completely out of this fight, and Area 77 is still hungry, looking for more. You know, they are gonna be able to disengage because neither team, or Gen X does not want to take that fight when they are down. That's the scary part of Area 77 is when they find these leads.
Yeah, you know, and they do have this lead now, and this is really what they needed to do to win this game. And this is what I talked about, like, do they just keep pushing here? Do they just keep taking advantage of these fights? You know, I think they need to get a little bit more ahead. It's only 700 gold right now, but if they can get, if they can bring that to that 2K mark, secure this next Turtle, they can start bulldozing. You know, they have secured a kill on Zia actually, and Alberto's also taking one, but Alberto, when we looked at that gold earlier, was down, but forget what I'm talking about.
Here we go, because Area 77 is not going to let their foot off the pedal. They're already grabbing two. We have Yip going down. We have Granger going down. It's not a fight that Dennis will take. However, they are able to stay out for the Parsa. But here we go. Roger jumping into the back line and grabbing onto the Kaja. This should be a secure Turtle and maybe much, much more because Cooper going down extremely low. at the least, they're going to grab the turtle, but they're not even looking for the turtle. Looks like they're going to disengage off this, and are they hungry for the tower? That minion doesn't have health. And here's the thing, those death timers have been reset on the side of Gen X.
Yes, Gen X death timers back up, but I think they're going to be able to get this turtle, and this will probably bring this gold lead to what I was talking about. You know, Area 77 definitely wants to clean this quickly. Popo doing a great job at setting vision. Area 77 just showing that maybe their rotation is more dominant than Gen X. I got to give it up to them. They're playing an amazing game right here.
Oh, another team fight battle breakout. Gen X does not want to lose the tower, but they are going to because Fars is able to capitalize onto that Kufra. We do have the Yip ultimate popping onto Popo here, but Popo's just barely gonna walk away with a sliver of health. That's gonna be a secure tower for Area 77 though, and also securing a kill onto the Kufra.
Area 77 just creeping ahead. You know, we're seeing some of these items lock in. We're seeing some differences. There hasn't been any sort of, no major items, but we do see Kufra starting to build that dominance ice. Gonna give him some anti-lifesteal onto the enemy team. Maybe slow down that Alice. Maybe slow down that Lapu Lapu. Or Lapu Lapu, forget it. Here we go. Another team fight.
Matter of fact, talking about slowing down, doesn't feel like Area 77 wants to at all because they secured onto Cooper and onto Yim. That's going to be a middle tower secured as well, unless Phobius has something to say about it, which he doesn't. And Alice is hungry for much, much more. Phobius jumping in with his ultimate. Might have been a little overextension there because that's going to be another secured kill for the side of Area 77. Luckily, there isn't any objectives for Area 77 to take across the map. That turtle's still on respawn, but you can't be overextending when you're down 5,000 gold, Phobius.
Yeah, you know, and that's the advantage they're going to get. We've seen Phobius kind of be, like I said before, he was patient. He knows he's behind right now. He can't be crazy with that ult.
It looks like we're just going team fight after team fight because we had Popo hiding in that bush, and they're gonna find more because they found the Kufra, or they found the Kaja, and they're looking to find this Kufra. He's not getting out, and you know, Yiv is popping the ultimate here, trying to lock up this Roger, trying to lock up some damage onto the side of Area 77, but it's just not enough. They're finding picks left and right. They're applying pressure up and down, and they're just gonna be continuing to apply the pressure when these towers aren't even down. They're tower diving under 2 towers, grabbing that Phobius and securing another mid lane turret. And with that top tower going down in just a second here and turtle up, we are about to see a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we saw last time. Yeah, Gen X has a couple more kills, but Area 77 just dominating, pushing in. They don't want to let Gen X scale. They don't want to let that Phobius get crazy. They want to finish this as quick as possible. This is what I talked about before the game, and they are exactly doing it. They're doing what needs to be done to get to the finals, and I'm enjoying watching it, you know? Just like last game, I don't always enjoy sweeps, but this is the one that I am loving.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this felt like what the first two games, or what the first game was supposed to feel like. And here we go, another engage going, and Alice going to be able to secure a kill on Cooper. But actually, we do have a low backline from the side of Area 77, and so Gen X is going to respond with a kill of their own onto Merciless, but not without losing Phobius here. So this is going to be a 4v3 and potentially Frost the Lord for Area 77, but not if Gen X has something to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, Lord's up. Area 77 definitely has a bit of an advantage on this Lord right now. I don't think Gen X is going to be able to contest this at all in any way. And these team fights are just coming so quickly. At this point, you know, at this point, I kind of need to slow down because they're happening so fast. You know, it's hard for you to jump into it. You know, Area 77 just playing so aggressive here, and I don't know if Gen X is going to be able to keep up.
But this is what makes the job fun, Rex. We've got 20 kills within less than 10 minutes. This is over 2 kills a minute, and this is all Area 77 sided. 16 of those kills are from Area 77. They're finding 2 kills every single minute, and now we have Lord crashing down the mid wave. Is Gen X going to be able to stop this Lord wave and hold on to their chance at getting to the finals versus BTK and securing that $4,000 grand prize? Or is Area 77 going to take it in the sweeping manner they have? Pressure is on. We've seen the pressure on the top side. We've seen the pressure on the mid side. What do you think?
This tower's going down. This could be it. You just keep going, man.
It looks like we've got some more team fight going on because Granger is going to be able to secure a kill onto the Farsa, and that's something that we needed to see from Gen X. That's a tiny win, but they're gonna pay for it with their top inhibitor, so we're going to have inhibitor minions spawning in. You know, I got to give it to Granger for being able to find that kill into their backline when the pressure's on, keeping them up, and shout out to Kufra with that ulti as well. So they are just going to hold on for a little bit longer here, and I think the next team fight is going to decide the fate of this game.
Next, though, coming out. I don't know if this is the fight that they want to do here.
We do have Kufra jumping onto the Popo and Koopa, but, you know, it's a do or die for them. They're able to secure the kill onto the Roger, but Conro going down in the backline. Koopa going down extremely low, stunned up. Alice popping her suppress onto Koopa. Farsi pop the ultimate as well. We are going to have a double kill for Alice. This is a 3-man wipe. This is most likely GG's for Area 77. Time to hunker down. You still have your ultimate to clear some waves. You still have your mid tower, but this is a 5v2. You've got 14 seconds. You gotta hold on. You're gonna be counting the seconds as this mid tower goes down. There we go. Give ultimate pop. Gonna be trying to take out these minions, which she's doing a great job at. But look at Alice grabbing the gift. You're gonna see it. Area 77 getting them next health down to half. 25%, 10. Area 77 is going to the finals. And a complete best of 3, 2-1 versus Gen X. What a series that was, Rex.
My hair is standing up on my head right now. What a game that was. What a series. We wanted a best of 3. We got a best of 3. But Area 77 comes out on top. You know, we all kind of felt like they were a little behind in the draft there. But that just goes to show... it just goes to show maybe they were the better team here. You know, most definitely they were the better team here. Because even when it looks like they might have lost in the draft, they still completely dominate. I mean, three of Gen X teams going bronze, not able to keep up. A complete domination again by the team of Area 77. If there's anyone that deserves to go up against BTK in the finals, it is them.
And here we go. You know, Area 77 has secured that. You know, GG's to Gen X. They gave it their all, but do not worry. They are still in the tournament. They're just now going to be competing for that 3rd place prize or potentially 4th place. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow. But yeah, let's give it to Area 77. What sweeping games those past 2 games were. In both of those games, they lost 0 towers. That's what we thought we were going to see, because these are the people that are going to go up against BTK. We gotta see a team like that, and we do. So we have an action-packed best of 5 for us tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that best of 5, but we're all excited for that. But you just made me think of something. You know what game I'm also excited for tomorrow? That Purple Shoemakers versus Gen X, because it's still going to be a beautiful game. That is going to be a fun game to watch. You know, all 4 of these teams all fought very hard, and I'm super excited to see who, even though, like, yeah, we all want to see 1st and 2nd place, but even 3rd place, going to be a great game tomorrow, and tomorrow's just going to be an action-packed day.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be an action-packed day. Dave, what did you think about our first Game 3 of the entire tournament?
You know I'm excited, dude. I've been looking forward for the complete best out of 3s, and finally we got it today. Area 77 had a little bit of slip up in the game 1, but they proved they're the better of the 2 today. Come off a 2 dominating performance in the last 2 matches. What an incredible job from Area 77. But Gen X obviously pulled up in game 1 to prove that they have the capacity to go against the top dogs in North America. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for us to do our last 2 giveaways. 2 lucky winners will walk home with 1,000 diamond each. Do you know how to participate in the giveaway? Make sure to hit a like, hit a subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells. And this is the time to type hashtag NACT in the chat. Again, only type it 1 time. Do not type it more than 1 time. 1 time is more than enough for you to be enrolled in the giveaway. Do it now. And once you win, we need your in-game name, in-game ID, and the server ID. So you shall receive your diamond within 2 to 3 weeks if you are the lucky winners. So make sure to go ahead and enroll right now, but only type NACT 1 time. If you haven't followed our incredible casters, Boca and T-Rex, make sure to go ahead and follow them with the link displayed in the chat or their social media you have seen through the entire tournament. What a beautiful cast today. Make sure to follow them so you can follow their future adventures, follow their live streams, and their content that they will be uploading. Today's stream is brought to you by Moonton. If you haven't signed up for M3 NA Qualifier. Make sure to go ahead and do that with the link in description as well. M3 North America Qualifier is a qualifier open for all. Doesn't matter your rank, doesn't matter your age, you can all sign up. Do you think you got what it takes? Do you think you deserve a spot in the world on the world stage against the big dogs from SEA, from the entire world? Well, this is your chance. Make sure to sign up with the link in description. Let's go ahead and draw our first lucky winner of this last 2 giveaways of the night. The first one is gonna be Beanie. Beanie, congratulations, Beanie. Make sure to type your in-game name, in-game ID, and the server ID in the chat right now, as you have luckily won the first giveaway. Ladies and gentlemen, just like our caster said, tomorrow's match is gonna be so exciting. We got a grand final, also we got a bronze match, and the bronze match is just gonna be as fun as today's matches. We have Purple Shoemaker versus Gen X to compete for the place to go to number 3. Remember, number 4, you got 20,000 diamond for the whole team, which is pretty nice, right? But number 3, you get 30,000 diamond and you get $800 US cash. Starting number 2 is 1,200, and number 1 you get $2,000 and 100,000 diamond for the entire team. That's 20,000 diamond per person if you're gonna be stingy and don't give anything to your sub. But that's still a lot of diamonds if you give it to a lot of subs. So tomorrow's match is gonna be everything on the table. I cannot wait for tomorrow, to be honest. But let's draw our second winner. Beanie, make sure to type your in-game name, in-game ID, and the skin, not skin of your choice, just in-game name, in-game ID, and a server ID in the chat right now. Beanie, one more time. You have won the first giveaway. Let's draw our second one. The second winner of this giveaway is Zenith. Congratulations, Zenith. You have won the giveaway. Zenith, please type your in-game name, in-game ID, and a server ID in the chat, and our moderators will jot them down, and we will have your present, we'll have your giveaway sent out in 2 to 3 weeks. So this is your time to type your in-game name, in-game ID, and the server ID in the chat. So we'll have your information sent in a few weeks. So make sure to go ahead and send your information in the chat. Congratulations for winning the giveaway. And that will conclude it for our stream tonight. Thank you all for coming. We had an incredible time, amazing time together. Tomorrow is the grand finals. Which team are you rooting for? Tell us on the live stream, tell us in the chat. Whew, what a day. And we'll see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your evening, wonderful rest of your day. Bye for now.